Israel attacking Iran's nuclear program and Iran responding with drones will one of the big effects we're seeing in the markets. In addition to weaker stock market is we haven't seen prices like this in oil for quite a while. Let's bring in Halima Koff, global head of commodity strategy at RBC Capital Markets and a CNBC contributor. This about what you would expect with something like this?
This is about what we'd expect. I think the key thing to watch now will be what will the Iranian retaliation look like beyond the drone strike that we saw yesterday. Obviously, people will be paying attention to the regional energy infrastructure. There's a lot of concern over the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of global oil supply goes through there on a daily basis. But I do think the real question is, do the Iranians do what they did in 2019 when they targeted pipelines, tankers, hit Saudi Arabia's Abqaiq facility? We have a playbook for what Iran can do. I think it looks more like 2019 than the Straits of Hormuz.
So we've seen what they've done in the past, and you don't think they have the ability to make it far worse? Or
I think 2019 is far worse. And the question about Straits of Hormuz is, can they close the Straits of Hormuz? I've heard assessments that it would be very difficult for the Iranians to close the Straits of Hormuz given the presence of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. But they could target tankers there. They could mine the straits. We did see a lot of this going on during the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s. Again, the question is going to be, what do the Iranians do? Do they try to internationalize the cost of what happened last night by trying to raise oil prices further? Do they just target Israel? Do they try to off-ramp the situation? But this is such an amazing escalation in terms of hitting not only the Natanz enrichment facility, head of the Revolutionary Guard killed last night, a number of top scientists, top generals killed. Like, this is a devastating blow.
If they were able to close the Straits of Hormuz, as unlikely as it seems, I think J.P. Morgan has said the worst case is you're talking about a super spike.
Oh, of course there'll be a super strike. But again, I don't even think they need to do that to have oil prices move higher from here. Again, I would pay attention to facilities across the region. Iran backs militias in Iraq. They could target, Iraq's 4 million barrel production. Again, we saw a playbook in 2019. When we reimposed maximum pressure sanctions, the Iranians hit tankers off the coast of UAE, they hit pipelines, they hit Saudi Arabia's Abqaiq facility, taking off half of Saudi's production temporarily. It is noteworthy that countries in the region, such as Saudi Arabia, Qatar, have come out and condemned the Israeli action. They do not want to be targeted by Iran this time around. So again, there's a lot to be watching in terms of the region, in terms of oil.
My guess is they probably are not sorry to see Iran's nuclear ambitions set back, even though they don't want to say that.
Well, I think this is what they have to walk a line between being content with Iran's nuclear ambitions being set back, but also they do not want to be the target of any Iranian retaliation. So the Saudis normalized relations with Iran in 2023. They are not best of friends, but they want to de-risk the neighborhood. So again, I think they're trying to hope that the Iranians don't turn their attention to them.
You're all about oil, but I'm just wondering about what the response for Israel, what that holds. Is the Iron Dome totally replenished from all?
Well, we have said that we have helped replenish Iron Dome. I think that really interesting question is, does the United States get involved in this conflict? Further. Because yes, Natanz was hit, but that is not the more serious Iranian enrichment facility. That is Fordow. That is a much more impenetrable facility. That's where the high-speed centrifuges are located. That's where they are enriching uranium at near weapons grade level. That facility was not hit. And there is a view in security circles that would require U.S. assistance. They will need our bunker-busting bombs to take out Fordow. So it was a blow against one facility, but it looks like Fordow is still standing.
They have some of our bunker-busting bombs?
Are we
the only ones able to deploy?
So there is a view, and I think it's a view that was widely held in Western intelligence services, that Israel does not have the capabilities to fully dismantle Fordow. And that, again, the Iranians have transferred their faster centrifuges for Fordow for a reason. It's much more impenetrable. So the question is, do they reconstitute their program? Does the United States get more involved?
Are we looking for Iran knows that. And then we would, to get involved to that extent, that you think that they'd have to directly attack some of our assets?
I think that the key question, or the red line for President Trump, has always been, and again, he's somebody who does not want U.S. engagement in the Middle East militarily on an extended basis. But he has this red line, or he's had this red line in his first administration of no Americans can be killed. And remember what happened when you had an Iraqi or American contractor in Iraq killed in January 2020. That's when he launched the drone strike on Qasem Soleimani, head of the IRGC Quds Force. So the question is, do the Iranians decide that it's too risky to target any U.S. bases in the region? There are about 40 to 50,000 U.S. troops in the region.
Then the bunker busters could be on the way.
Yeah, so I would really pay attention to, for now, the White House has said they were not involved in yesterday's attack. They have told the Iranians to avoid targeting U.S. personnel and interest in the region. Again, the red line that we have seen President Trump enforce is on the death of Americans.
Vladimir Putin would say to Donald Trump about this, or President Xi. Do we even talk about Russia or China?
Well, I mean, China is basically the sole buyer of Iranian barrels at this point. I think, obviously, it's not in China's interest to have this blow up.
It's an unholy threesome.
Add in North Korea as well, and you've got an unholy square.
Gang of four. Yeah.
But again, the question is, Putin can say, have views and thoughts on this, but I don't think he's going to be critical to the conversations of the White House in terms of where this goes.
For the spike that we saw overnight in oil prices, that's the biggest jump since March of 2022 for Brent, and that was right when Russia was invading Ukraine.
Right, and when Russia invaded Ukraine, there had been this concern that we would impose serious sanctions on Russian oil. We did not. It stayed on the market. Again, key to watch now is Iran target facilities in the region. And there's a wild card. If this war is extended, Israel has indicated this will be at least a multi-week military operation. Do they decide to target Karg Island? 90% of Iranian oil exports leave terminals on that island.
Is there a vacuum at the top of the Iranian military right now? I know the Revolutionary Guard, but who's sitting around deciding what to do?
Well, the supreme leader of Iran is the ultimate authority on these matters, but you are right. And this has not just been what happened last night. The Israelis have been doing multiple targets of Iranian key generals. They have targeted, obviously, Hezbollah, the main proxy of Iran, has been decimated. So again, I would pay attention to what some of the remaining proxies are able to do. Pay close attention to the Iraqi militias that Iran backs, and pay very close attention to the Houthis.
We're looking at oil prices now at the highest levels, I think, since January 21st or something.
Yes.
That has been, obviously, this is secondary to anything that's happening from a geopolitical standpoint, but it is going to matter to the U.S. economy down the road.
It will matter to President Trump.
This has been the inflationary pressures that have not seen show up.
This has been his good news economic story consistently has been oil prices. And yesterday, President Trump said, oil prices are too high. So does he make calls to OPEC countries? Does he try to get more oil on the market? But they are not necessarily going to want to be seen as enabling the Israeli strikes as well.
That's what I would wonder. What would it take for oil prices to come back down with this sort of
I think there would need to be a view that Iran is not going to target regional energy infrastructure, that OPEC's going to continue to put barrels on the market. Market participants feel like they've gotten burned multiple times. You brought up the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Market participants were betting on a supply disruption that did not happen. And so market participants are going to wait and see, is this the ceiling or the floor in terms of this conflict?
So if the Saudis agree to supply more, does that make Iran mad?
So we already have a rolling increase of OPEC barrels, and we are expected to have more of this voluntary cut drawn down. But I do think that OPEC countries will be concerned about coming out right now in the aftermath of yesterday and being seen as facilitating this.
Exactly. It might.
Again, I think President Trump has, we have seen every month we've been getting about 411,000 on paper additional OPEC barrels. We will get an announcement in a couple weeks about what the numbers for the coming months will look like.
But you figure someone from the White House is talking to OPEC.
I mean, that has always been the hotline between Washington and Riyadh is a long-standing tradition. Sometimes
there's a hotline.
We call it the hotline.
They have close relations right now.
Very close relations.
To Saudi Arabia.
I guess that's a good thing. Halima Croft, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, well.
When we come back, we'll get you up to date on some key corporate stories that we're tracking this morning, including earnings from Adobe and RH, and the latest on the Trump administration's fight with California over National Guard troops deployed in Los Angeles. Stay tuned, you're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
B+.
Shares of RH, formerly known as Restoration Hardware, soaring. Earnings of 13 cents a share were above expectations for a loss of 9 cents, and revenue was just slightly below. The company also stuck by its sales forecast and said it's taking steps to offset the higher costs from tariffs, up 19%.
Right. We're also watching shares of Adobe, earnings and revenue beating the street's expectations, and the company raising its full-year guidance. It's citing strength from its AI offerings. The company's CFO saying rapidly evolving AI technology will force it to make some significant pivots, including making tools that help customers generate ideas. That stock's off by about 2%.
And coming up, much more on Israel's attack on Iran's nuclear facilities and military figures. But first, a look at yesterday's S&P 500 winners list.
Dave, today.
Five things to know ahead of today's opening bell. Israel striking Iran's nuclear infrastructure in a wave of attacks that Iran's elite Revolutionary Guard Corps said killed its top commander. Israel working to bring down drones that Iran launched in retaliation. Iran saying a key nuclear enrichment site was damaged, but that no radiation contamination has occurred. Investigators are searching the site of the airliner crash in western India for evidence and missing people. Local media said one of the two black boxes from the Boeing 787 Dreamliner had been recovered, though that hasn't been confirmed. One passenger actually survived that crash. A federal appeals court ruling the Trump administration can maintain control of several thousand National Guard troops in California and continue deploying them in Los Angeles. That order coming shortly after a lower court said that the National Guard deployment was illegal. The White House moved to deploy troops in response to protests over its immigration crackdown. And the House narrowly voting in favor of a proposal to cancel more than $9 billion in previously approved federal funding. More than $8 billion of that was earmarked for foreign aid. About $1 billion was meant for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which funds PBS and NPR. And the New York Times reports that a group of venture capital firms are planning to buy about $250 million worth of shares of Elon Musk's artificial intelligence company, XAI. Documents seen by the paper say that employees could sell some of their shares in a tender offer that values XAI at about $113 billion.
Coming up, Kareem Sajapur from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace will join us on Israel's airstrikes on Iran, Iran's drone response, and what could come next. A reminder as we head to break, get the best of Squawk Box in our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app and listen anytime. We'll come right back.
Israel launching a series of strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities and missile sites, killing top Iranian military officials. According to the Israeli military, the country has shot down many of the more than 100 drones that Iran launched in response to that attack. Joining us right now is Kareem Sajapur. He is Middle East Program Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. And Kareem, what do you make of what's happening, these strikes? How effective were they? What do you think the retaliation will be?
Well, this is an incredibly significant moment. Not only have Iran's nuclear sites been damaged, and we'll see the full extent of that in the coming days, but Israel also decapitated, assassinated Iran's senior nuclear scientists and some of its top military officials. One person in particular, Ali Shamkhani, was someone who was, arguably Iran's top strategist and was often thought of as someone who, after the current supreme leader dies, could play a major leadership role inside Iran.
What will Iran do in retaliation? What do you think is the expected, maybe the measured approach, or the not so measured approach?
So Iran has a very weak hand at the moment because historically in these situations, it would, for example, threaten to unleash its proxies, Lebanese Hezbollah. But what's happened over the last 6 months is that Israel decimated one of Iran's proxies in the Palestinian territories, obviously Hamas. It decimated Lebanese Hezbollah, which led to the collapse of another of Iran's key allies, the Assad regime in Syria. So in the regional context, Iran has a very weak hand. Now some of its top military commanders have been assassinated. Another thing that Iran would traditionally do in a situation like this is to go after oil installations in some of the Persian Gulf countries, in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. But Iran knows that those countries have a very close relationship with the Trump administration. If they were to launch attacks on oil installations, it would likely trigger a massive U.S. military invasion. So the big question now is what Iran chooses to do with its nuclear program. Does it bide its time, or does it announce that it's no longer simply pursuing nuclear energy and it needs to move forward with a nuclear weapon? Even that is fraught with enormous risk because its nuclear program has been pretty thoroughly penetrated, and that would likely trigger U.S. military action. So Iran has a very weak hand right now, and they're led by an 85-year-old supreme leader who knows how much cognitive bandwidth he has to deal with a crisis like this nowadays.
Kareem, Halima Croft was just here, and she said that even though there were these attacks on the nuclear institutes, some of the places that were hit very hard, that most of the refining is being done right now at Fordo, and that is very well fortified, that was not attacked, and that probably would require U.S. support and intervention for Israel to be able to go after that. How significant is that? How well armed does that still leave Iran? And we heard reports that they could have been within 15 days. That hasn't been confirmed, but they could have been within days of being able to have the ability to put together a nuclear bomb. How far do you think this sets things back?
The intelligence reports that I've seen has consistently shown that they're just weeks away from having enough fissile material for a nuclear weapon, but to actually assemble a bomb that's usable, I think they were probably more like at least 6 months to a year away. But as Halima importantly mentioned, that facility in Fordo, outside of the city of Qom, which is buried perhaps as much as half a mile deep below a mountain, is something, it's debatable. The Israelis say that they can reach it. Most American generals say that they cannot. And so Iran's nuclear program hasn't been totally eliminated. So as I mentioned, that's now the big question. Does Iran continue to negotiate with the United States? There were meant to be negotiations this coming weekend on Oman. I'm skeptical that Iran will attend those negotiations, but at the same time, Iran doesn't have a great hand to play, because if they announce that we've now been forced to pursue a nuclear weapon, that will trigger not only Israeli but likely U.S. military action. And Iran's program is so thoroughly penetrated by Israeli intelligence in particular that I don't think they would be able to get away with that. So at the moment, Iran has been really humiliated, and they don't have a great hand to play.
Do you think that there is planning right now to take the steps necessary to get to that other facility? Kareem, and I mean, the die has been cast. I don't know what more, can you even, would you accelerate things by going after that other facility? There's a stated objective to get rid of this nuclear program. Why wouldn't we think that there are plans being discussed right now to take out the other facility, Fordo?
Well, the U.S. government certainly has had those plans for probably well over a decade, a military plan to attack Fordo. So that is not in question. The thing about President Trump, which it confused Iran in his first administration as well, because on several occasions they provoked Trump, they didn't see a response, and they thought he was a paper tiger, which led to Trump killing their top military commander, Qasem Soleimani. But my sense is right now, so long as Iran doesn't choose to advance its program in Fordo, I'm skeptical that Trump will want to enter the fray militarily. Now, the other question is whether these Israeli attacks are over. The Israelis may well decide that they still want to take a hit at Fordo. One of the reasons why this attack happened now was last fall, Israel took out Iran's air defense systems. So Israel had a sense of urgency to launch other strikes before Iran was able to rebuild its air defense system. So, that's a big question of whether the Israelis choose to go after Fordo, and as I said, how the Iranians choose to play it. My sense is that any moves the Iranians make at Fordo will easily be picked up by foreign intelligence, and I don't think Iran's supreme leader is confident he'd be able to get away with a dash, kind of a discreet dash for the bomb.
If Israel has the capabilities to take out Fordo, why didn't they in this strike? What would hold them back?
Well, if you talk to some Israeli generals, they will say they have that capability. Most U.S. military commanders will say no. That requires bunker busting bombs, which the Israelis don't have. So that is open to debate. And I think that part of the concern from some folks, even within the Trump administration, was that this would be a war that Israel could start, but a war which Israel couldn't finish. And the fear was that Israel would drag the United States into a conflict. And one thing I want to emphasize is that when bombs start dropping, it's totally unpredictable how this will play out. I mean, if we were covering the Iraq War in 2003, the early days of the Iraq War looked like a cakewalk, right? We took Saddam Hussein out in a matter of weeks. A year or two later, the situation was very different. So, things are totally unpredictable. But at the moment, the Iranian regime has a very weak hand to play. And ultimately, this is a regime which is not suicidal, it wants to stay in power. So my expectation is that, they need to react in some way to save face, and they've launched some ineffectual drones. But my sense is they're going to bide their time and wait for the right moment to respond.
The Biden administration, we know that some weapons, there was a line drawn at what we were willing to do for Israel. So they don't have any of these bunker busters bombs at this point. Would we know if we supplied Israel with those, like starting now? Would we know if we were, and if Israel were to use one of those, because we supplied it, is that the same as entering the war for the U.S.?
Yeah, so that's not a weapon of that size and caliber. It's not something you would be able to provide clandestinely. Even legally, I think it would be, the U.S. Congress would would
Oh,
likely
there's a
have to
federal
authorize that.
judge. There's a federal judge out there, Kareem, that would. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but no, that would be, in fact, you would want to, if you're the US government, you probably would want to advertise that. You don't want to keep that, because that sends a huge message to Iran that Israel now does have that capacity. So,
From that extent, though, President Trump put on Truth Social about 45 minutes ago, he said the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far, and Israel has a lot of it with much more to come. Is that the implicit threat, or maybe not, maybe the explicit threat that he's issuing to the Iranian regime?
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, if you're reading ahead and in anticipation of what you just asked me about what Iran does in Fordo, it does seem to be a message that if you make moves in Fordo, we're willing to provide Israel with this weaponry. It is interesting, and so that goes to your second question: does Iran hold the United States responsible, even though the United States has publicly announced that it had nothing to do with this? I don't think that Iran believes that. The U.S. has obviously supplied all of Israel's weaponry, but again, the reality is that Iran has a very weak hand. We've evacuated a lot of our personnel from the most vulnerable embassies, places like Baghdad, and I think one distinction between this Trump administration and the Biden administration was that the Biden administration's instincts were always to de-escalate, deconflict with Iran. Trump, on one hand, he wants to do deals, but he's shown himself also willing to take audacious military action like the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. So I think that the Iranians are much more on their heels with the Trump administration in contrast to the Biden administration.
Kareem, thank you for your analysis this morning. We really appreciate it at this point. Kareem Sajapur, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
And coming up, we're still CNBC. The first big day as a public company for a fintech company called Chime. We're going to tell you what the stock did. Right now, as we head to break, check out airline stocks falling. Some Middle East routes were suspended after Israel's attack on Iran last night. Meantime, defense stocks are rising, probably not surprisingly. Squawk Box will be right back.
Choice.com.
Fintech company Chime, the latest stock to soar on its IPO. It priced at $27 a share, opened at 43, closed settling at 37. That price translated to a market cap of more than $13 billion for Chime.
When we come back, our very own Phil LeBeau will join us with the latest details on the Boeing Dreamliner crash in India. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's take a look at the price of Bitcoin and related stocks, all of them falling in the early trading this morning. Bitcoin off by about 2.5%, trading right around $104,000, 750. We'll be right back.
NBC Plus.
Investigators are searching the site of that Air India Boeing Dreamliner and the crash for any evidence of what could have caused the disaster. Phil LeBeau joins us now with more. I just anecdotally heard a couple of things, Phil. You can certainly fill in the blanks, but no thrust power, just gone or something. Is that what you heard?
Yeah, that's the primary question. That's the primary question, Joe. Why was there not the thrust needed? You know, they certainly got in the air, but then shortly after that, they couldn't rise. And so the question becomes, what limited the aircraft and the engines from providing that thrust power? We do have a piece of new information 24 hours after this crash. As you take a look at the footage from India, Western India, where the crash took place, Police in that area say they have recovered one of the black boxes from the Air India Dreamliner that crashed. The NTSB and the FAA have investigators who specialize in crash investigations. They are headed to that site, may even be there by now. They will be there shortly if they're not, and they will assist the Indian authorities with the investigation. Near term, when you look at this investigation, one thing stands out. They've got to find the second black box. Once they've got both, then they can begin the analysis of the data and the cockpit voice recorder. Primary question, why was there a lack of power during liftoff? They got off the ground, but then they couldn't do the thrust needed to go into flight. And so it raises the question, was there a systemic issue either with the aircraft or with the engines that caused this crash? Wolf Research is answering the question that a lot of investors have right now when it comes to Boeing and GE Aerospace. Is there something more here? Wolf Research saying we don't see much direct impact on financial performance, but this is certain to sap momentum until some solid clarity is provided. Take a look at shares of Boeing. Kelly Ortberg, the CEO of Boeing, saying last night, in light of this crash, he is not going to be coming here to Paris for the Paris Air Show, which starts on Sunday. And as you take a look at shares of GE Aerospace, the company was scheduled to have an investor day on Tuesday. They have postponed that because of this crash. They will have it at a later date, but they just haven't set that date as of now. So, Joe, the good news is they've got one of the black boxes. Now they've got to find the other one.
Right, and even yesterday, we talked to several people, Phil, including you. It's like there's no reason to immediately say, Boeing has problems, the 787 has problems. That's not stopping, for example, the Wall Street Journal. And you don't need to stop the presses. Boeing's recovery now in question, even if they're totally had nothing to do with it. It's just not good for what was a nascent, stock recovery, and after how many years, Phil? Is it 8 years? Is it 7 years of just, a series of issues that the company has had? I think we lost Phil. Beautiful shot, just there. It looked like he was on the.
We're still in the position of too soon to know.
Yeah, damper on the Paris Air Show. That's for sure for Boeing and GE. 7 a.m. now, exactly 6 seconds past. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kerner along with Becky Quick. Andrew is off today. Global markets reacting to Israel's strikes on Iran. Israel said 200 fighter jets participated in the attack, targeting nuclear facilities, ballistic missile factories, as well as Iranian military commanders. Iran's Revolutionary Guard already said its top commander was in fact killed. Iran's president just addressing the nation, saying its response will, in his words, make Israel regret its foolish act. An Israeli military official said that they shot down many of the more than 100 drones that Iran launched in response to the attack. And the U.S. futures immediately reacting now. Come back a little, down 450 points. Oil, obviously, spiking. Major European averages, you can see, quickly down as well, less than 2%. And then oil prices did surge, but have come down a little bit from some recent highs, but still up about 8.5%. Check out gold. Just been making a move before any of this actually happened. Up sharply today, up almost 1%, $31.
For more on Israel's airstrikes on Iran and the response in the Middle East, we want to bring in CNBC's Dan Murphy live from Dubai. Dan, what can you tell us?
Becky, good morning to you. Well, the scale of this is already historic. I've been speaking with contacts inside Israel today who have expressed both shock and awe at what has unfolded this morning. Israel, of course, launching a sweeping military assault on Iran, striking more than 100 targets with over 200 fighter jets. Prime Minister Netanyahu also saying this operation will continue for as many days as it takes. Israel also taking a victory lap of sorts for this strike as well. Two of Iran's most powerful military figures including the head of the IRGC, have been killed. And this strike also took out 6 Iranian nuclear scientists. That is a really critical blow to Tehran's nuclear ambitions. Meanwhile, also inside Israel, of course, the country this morning still in a national state of emergency. Reports say the Israeli military have been actively intercepting Iranian drones over the last couple of hours, and officials there also warning now of more missile and drone retaliation to come. So that's what we're watching closely. Meanwhile, also here in the Arab capitals, we have seen a very swift reaction to Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar all condemning the strikes, saying they're concerned now about the fallout for regional security as well. And of course, in the United States, Becky, I thought you made an excellent point earlier about President Trump's post on Truth. Israel, of course, acting alone here, but the president's comments and his latest warning of more brutal attacks to come unless Iran signs a nuclear deal suggest, of course, that the US does want Iran back at the negotiation table to get a deal done. So all eyes now turning to these really critical talks set to take place in Oman on Sunday between US and Iranian officials, if they do eventuate, because that is when we could perhaps see the full impact of these strikes and whether or not the Iranians decide to acquiesce now or harden their stance. Becky?
Dan, as you mentioned, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, all of them making these comments where they're condemning the attacks. But isn't it the case that, look, Israel had to fly this mission over somebody's airspace. They would have known at least that the planes were there and, not done anything to stop those planes from flying overhead. I guess those countries have to be in a position of saying they weren't part of this and condemning it. But at the same time, you wonder if they are all that upset to see Iran's nuclear ambitions set back.
It's a good point. Well, they certainly benefit from it, don't they? And I have also been speaking with analysts over the last couple of days in anticipation of this attack. And the suggestion has been that Israel, for many years now, has been doing the so-called dirty work for the Arab states. But of course, this is a region, as you know full well, that has really been prioritizing peace and prosperity for some time now, particularly in the Gulf. They're more focused here on building out these economies, lifting up their societies. They don't want to see war in their backyard. So this has been really critical for them. At the same time, though, it is also fair to say that this instability in the region, of course, drives instability in other areas. And one of them is in the price of oil. They don't want to see volatility in crude, for example. And that is exactly what we have seen with Brent jumping above 75 US dollars a barrel in the Asia session, and also on watch through the course of the US trading day as well. Brent at its highest level since January, and traders really, pricing the risk of potential disruptions to flows across the Gulf now as well. And the prospect of a broader Middle East conflict certainly raising the alarm in the Strait of Hormuz. I know you were talking about this earlier with Halima Croft and other guests. This is one of the most important choke points in global energy. 20% of the world's oil supply passes through this waterway each day. And of course, that connects Saudi Arabia, the UAE, the other major OPEC producers, and their crude supply to the world. So when you see this type of activity, this type of disruption, it impacts everyone here. And that's perhaps what they're condemning, not so much the taking out of Israel's enemies.
Dan Murphy in Dubai for us. Dan, thank you very much.
Let's turn back to Washington now for the reaction from the White House. Megan Casella joins us now with more. Hey, Megan.
Hey, good morning again, Joe. So the Trump administration had been emphasizing overnight that it was not involved in these attacks, saying that Israel had taken unilateral action here. But President Trump this morning standing strongly by Israel. The president posting just in the last hour that he gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. He then went on to say that there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. Now that statement comes as Iran is vowing to retaliate today and saying that both Israel and the US should be responsible for the consequences of these attacks. We also just learned in the last few minutes that Israel's defense minister is expected to speak later today alongside US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. So watch for that. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, Senate Majority Leader John Thune is warning the Iranians against including the U.S. in any retaliation, saying that Iran should heavily consider the consequences before considering action against Americans in the region. The House Intel Chairman, Rick Crawford, also saying that while he regrets we've come to this breaking point, under no circumstances, he says, can Iran get its hands on a nuclear weapon. At the same time, Democrats, at least some of them, appearing more measured here. Rhode Island Senator Jack Reed, he called the attack a reckless escalation that risks igniting regional violence. So guys, I'm sure we'll hear more from the Hill and from the White House later this morning. We know the president will be back in the Situation Room later this morning. Guys.
Kareem Sajapur reminded us earlier that the president has said, don't kill any Americans. And if that happens, however it happens, I think he's used hell to pay a few times at this point, but I don't doubt that at this point.
That's right. He's been very firm on that point, but he's also been very clear throughout the past few months now about this idea of two paths, that he wanted this negotiated agreement, the friendlier path, but that this was always an option as well. What's interesting in that post is that he's standing strongly by Israel here, and as you say, vowing very strongly to defend both Israel and the U.S.'s interests in this, but also not closing the door on the fact that there still could be a negotiated deal as well, saying that, while this first step has been taken, Iran should come back to the table now before, he says, the already planned attacks, the next round, would happen. So as Dan was just saying, on Sunday there are those talks planned. Steve Witkoff from the White House set to be there. So still allowing a way to sort of get there, even though we're now a little bit further down this path.
And we've talked, Megan, if you haven't done anything to those facilities that are a half mile under the ground, and that's where a lot has been moved to continue this program, they're like a dangling end. It's like a loose end that hasn't been done yet. And you just wonder, maybe it would take, that's where we would have to maybe have more, not direct involvement, but certainly Iran would be pointing fingers if Israel got one of those bunker buster bombs.
Right, and you wonder where Israel is in all of this, on that point specifically, and how much further they would like to go, even as the U.S. is still trying to sort of, it seems like, not let things get too much further. Israel clearly taking this first step without explicit U.S. endorsement. We see how much further they might want to go, depending on where the White House falls on this.
Okay. Thanks, Megan.
We will have much more coverage and market reaction to Israel's strikes on Iran. Squawk Box will be right back. Welcome back to Squawk Box. The markets this morning reacting to Israel's airstrikes on Iran. The U.S. futures are indicated off. Dow's down by about 450 points. NASDAQ down by close to 270. The S&P futures off by just over 50 points. In Europe, markets there also down relatively by the same amounts. The DAX down by about 1.3%. In Italy, the FTSE's off by 1.25%. And in France, the CAC down by 1%. Should also keep an eye on the price of crude oil this morning. It skyrocketed after the attacks last night. You did see WTI and Brent up by about 14% this morning. They're still holding gains of about 8%. WTI is at 73.60. It's the highest level we've seen for Brent, at least, since March of 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Joining us right now to talk more about all of this is Savita Subramanian. She is the head of U.S. Equity and Quantitative Strategy at Bank of America Securities. And Savita, it has felt recently like the markets were really in a pretty good momentum, and a good mood on all of these things that we've seen, these huge moves. How does this change the situation?
Look, I mean, I think this geopolitics are a bigger deal than what may be discounted into equities today. And I think it's interesting that crude rallied, the S&P is down a little bit less than the NASDAQ. I mean, here's our take. I think that we're in an environment where the real risk isn't necessarily in corporate America, but just in sovereigns and just the sort of uncertainty premium that we're seeing around the US versus rest of world. I think the one advantage that the U.S. has, and one of the reasons that we've been more bullish on the U.S., is that the U.S. is energy independent, which comes into play in situations like today, where, you know, if you've got geopolitical risk that expresses itself in crude spikes, it pays to be an energy exporter, not an importer. So I think, you know, these are the kinds of aspects where we don't usually think about these as you know, equity strategists, or very rarely think about country risk premia, especially in the U.S. And all of a sudden this year, we've really had to start thinking about that.
How much of that is reflected in the markets right now? Because we have seen markets come, the S&P is less than 2%.
It's
all-time high.
Right back where we started. I mean, I think that the areas of the S&P that may be, you know, a little bit overrun are areas like mega cap tech, in particular, you know, some of the communication services stocks, new media. Those are some of the most crowded areas of the market because we've seen tariff risk affect a lot of more multinational, global exposed companies in the U.S. I think energy is a really good hedge today. Energy equity is a good hedge against the environment that we're in because we've got geopolitical risk, we've got energy as a very under-owned sector. You've had a massive purge of energy stocks over the last couple of years. We're now at a point where energy is the most underweight it's ever been in our holdings data. And I think these companies have gotten religion. They're no longer supplying at the least provocation of a rise in oil prices. So this is a sector where I think you've got inflation protection, you've got dividends, it's cheap, it's not a big, you know, sell-off risk in a degrossing event. I mean, that's one of our favorite sectors. We upgraded it a couple of weeks ago just on the idea that how much worse can energy stocks do this year?
I guess I would point to the oil markets and their reaction to these things. Lisa Croft was here earlier and said that oil traders have gotten burned by the idea that they thought these geopolitical risks were going to drive energy prices much higher. It hasn't happened after Ukraine with Russia because you still have supply that's there. All of this market, all of this oil that's on the market is being bought by somebody.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, and supply risks are prevalent. That's what's been driving oil lower. Maybe a global growth scare could affect oil negatively. But I think that when you look at the stocks in the energy sector, especially in the large cap energy sector, these are companies that have basically kind of decoupled from WTI. So, you know, the oil beta of the average energy company is about half of what it was in 2017. So I just see this as a world where you really think about, okay, we've got bond yields higher than we expected. We've got inflation still too high for the Fed to cut. What do you want to own? You want to own inflation protection. Bonds don't protect you from inflation. And if yields move higher, bonds are a terrible place to be in this environment. So I like equity income, especially from cyclicals.
So let me ask, if that scenario plays out and the oil stocks move higher, does that mean that the rest of the market perhaps has to move a little lower because it means inflation is back on the rise? If oil prices go up, that's been the one thing that's been holding back inflation.
Yeah,
But we've
yeah.
had some really positive reactions that have come out. So if your thesis is right and the energy stocks go up because oil prices go higher,
what does that do to consumer? And
Right.
yeah, no, it's a great point. And I think, at least we're at a point where the market has absorbed higher run rate yields. This is not 2021 where nobody was expecting higher inflation, higher yields. So I think a lot of work has been done in the index. You've seen a lot of companies that can't handle higher rates and inflation drop out of the S&P and go into, the Russell 2000 or just continue to ale. So in a way, the S&P has managed out its risk of inflation. But there are areas that I think are very crowded, have been seen as safe havens, like consumer staples is one area that we're underweight. And when you think about higher oil prices, who does that impact? It impacts lower income consumers who tend to spend less on lower price point retail like personal products, grocery, etc. So staples is no longer as defensive as we all thought it was, 10 years ago. I think those are areas that could get hit. I look at the consumer though, and I think it's really surprising how strong consumption trends have remained. I mean, we've been in an environment where we've been expecting the US consumer to roll over and die for, 5 years, ever since the Fed started hiking rates, and consumption is still relatively healthy. So I think what you want to watch are that lower income, kind of the hit to your wallet from inflation, rent, it's already here. I think that's where the big, beautiful bill comes in. Because if you look at some of the line items in this proposal, they're actually more friendly to lower income through, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips. I think that that's an area where the administration is trying to stave off a more painful environment for that cohort of the market. So, puts and takes, but I think it's a tricky environment, and you don't just want to buy these dips wholesale. You really want to think about what you're adding exposure to.
Savita, thank you.
Thank you.
Squawk Box will be right back.
Time now for today's AFLAC trivia question. President Trump's limousine is known as the Beast. What other presidents used that term for vehicles they drove in? The answer when Squawk Box returns. And now, the answer to today's AFLAC trivia question. President Trump's limousine is known as the Beast. What other presidents used that term for vehicles they drove in? The answer? President George W. Bush in 2001, and President Lyndon B. Johnson, who drove a golf cart around the White House grounds he referred to as the Beast.
Coming up, an update on the move in the oil patch following those strikes on Iran by Israel. As we head to break, check out some of the stocks in the energy sector, all moving higher than expected. Talk Box returns in a moment.
You download Dave.
All right, let's get more on the moves in energy following up Israel's strike on Iran. Pippa Stevens is here. She's been following all of those moves and joins us right now. Good to see you, Pippa.
Hey, Becky. Well, we did see a huge spike in oil overnight, with prices at one point up more than 14%, given just how critical the Middle East is for global supply. Now, the focus is on turning to Iran's response, which will dictate oil's next move. The country itself is not a major supplier, exporting about 1.5 million barrels per day, which could, in theory, be replaced by OPEC's spare capacity. But the fear is that a wider conflict could disrupt the region's oil supply, including possibly in Saudi Arabia or Iraq. But the biggest possible impact could be a potential blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, with about 20% of global oil flowing through the key waterway every single day. It's never actually been closed, but Iran has threatened closure before. CIBC Private Wealth's Rebecca Babin said it's still a low probability scenario, but that the odds are rising as the situation evolves. And Andy Lipow from Lipow Oil Associates added that if it were closed, oil could spike to $100 per barrel. And even with this move today, we were only back to where we were in mid-January, remember,
Right.
because we had come down so much.
Yeah, prices have been down over this entire time. I think JP Morgan even has a note today suggesting that in a worst case scenario, with the Strait of Hormuz closed, they would see a spike as high as $130 a barrel for Brent, not WTI. But I think that's still the big question. And the other question would be, could they strike back at some of the refineries in Saudi Arabia or other places too?
Exactly, and what we're seeing now is that some of this may be knee-jerk reaction. That's why prices have come down, because we have seen this before in the sense that we saw when Russia invaded Ukraine back in February of 2020, prices spiked above $130, and then there was no actual supply disruption, and so a lot of traders got really burned there.
Yeah.
And so now there's kind of a thinking that let's have a little bit more of a cautious tone until there's actually supply disruption. We saw that Israel did not target any of, they didn't target Kari Island, which is where 90% of Iran's exports come from, and so that, was obviously an intentional move. And so until there's actually disruption, probably won't see sustained prices. That said, the market had got very complacent ahead of this, and so that's probably why we are seeing more of a response today than we have in prior Middle East escalation.
Does anyone know, do you know, what percentage of the SPR has been refilled and where we are right now? Are we at 50%? Are we at 70%?
Yeah, so after President Biden drew down about 300 million barrels, I should say, it has been one of the administration's points to refill it, and so there is exactly, there is a regular buying scheme. Of course, President Trump has been very focused on bringing prices down. We heard from him yesterday saying oil prices are too high, so there is always the option to reverse that program. It does take congressional approval, but oil prices are something he's watching very closely.
Because we were
down
for no reason. The emergency cited was that prices were high for summer. Oh no, it's for the midterms. Prices are too high for the midterms.
A lot of administrations declare emergencies.
No, don't give them cover on that. You don't want to say
I'm not giving them cover. I'm not giving them cover. It's just not a unique situation.
No one else would, but
not for that.
No,
I'm talking about emergency situations.
The stuff that seeps out of the cesspool of out of the swamp. It never ceases to amaze.
Exactly. Thank you.
There's an election coming up in a year and a half. Someone said that yesterday. I swear to God. Is it McCarthy? Someone said that.
They said that on November 12th.
The election coming up in 2 years minus 1 day. Coming up, an update on some of the sectors on the move and safe havens that are seeing some activity this morning. First, check out the movers in the NASDAQ. Spark Box coming with that.
WSBG.
Get to Dom Chu. He's looking at some of the sectors and stocks on the move this morning. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Joe, Becky, in the wake of the Israeli airstrikes on Iran, we wanted to give you a check on some of the safe haven trades that may react a little bit more in times of geopolitical risk and tension. Interestingly enough, vis-a-vis the oil conversation you guys just had, that is where the real epicenter is. We are not seeing a lot of market activity. There is some activity in those safe havens. The dollar is bid to the tune of 0.5%. The dollar index is at 98.5 right now. COMEX gold futures at 34.41. We got as high as 34.67, so it's about a 1% gain there overall. Meanwhile, yields on both the 10-year and the 30-year are ticking slightly higher, although in context, the 10-year note yield was around 4.41% before much of the impact of those Israeli airstrikes. It got down as low as 434, so ticking off those levels. So that's the safe haven trade status on the macro side of things. Maybe not out of the realm of reason here is the idea that defense-related stocks could be also performing well in this environment. If you look at some of the pre-market gainers here in L3 Harris, RTX, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, even the iShares U.S. Aerospace and Defense ETF are up anywhere from about 3.5% to 4.5% for the stocks themselves. The ETF up about just 0.75%. So keep an eye on the defense complex overall as well. And then just to kind of put a point on what else is happening right now, Boeing and GE Aerospace, in light of the ongoing investigation for the Air India crash out in Asia right now, Boeing shares following a drop yesterday are down about 1% today. GE Aerospace was down about 2% in trading, off about nearly 2% in trading so far today. So the Boeing and GE Aerospace trade also in focus as well. Becky, Joe, I'll send things back over to you guys.
Okay, Don, thank you very much.
All right, coming up, got a live report from Tel Aviv, and Dan Senor, former foreign policy advisor in the Bush administration, is going to tell us why the Israeli strike may be bigger than just attempting to wipe out Iran's nuclear program. Squawk Box return in just a moment.
itself to apply.
President Trump just posting, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have, perhaps, a second chance. 20 minutes ago, a spokesman for the Israeli army said that airstrikes on Iran are continuing at this hour. NBC's Matt Bradley joins us right now from Tel Aviv. Matt, hello. What can you tell us at this point?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, this is continuing. We're continuing to get word that more and more of these targets are being hit by Israeli air forces, and we actually have been seeing on Israeli television images of what they're describing as Mossad agents inside Iran. Now, we haven't been able to verify that necessarily ourselves, but it is very interesting that it looks like this is a plan for several weeks. And this was an effort that has unfolded ever since about 2 or 3 a.m. this morning. Now, Iran has vowed to respond, and they already have retaliated. They fired about 100 drones at Israel, most of them swatted out of the sky by Israeli air defenses before they even reached Israeli airspace. So, as you mentioned, we heard from Donald Trump. This really does look as though this might very much interfere with Donald Trump's plan to try to get to some sort of deal to curb Iran's nuclear program. There had been set to be the 6th round of negotiations coming up on Sunday in Oman. Now, the Iranians have said they won't be sending a delegation on Sunday, so it looks as though Trump's effort to try to get this deal done, as he said in his Truth Social post this morning, has been scuttled by Israel's actions.
Matt, we've heard some reports about drones that Israel has taken out, drones coming from Iran. What's the feeling there, where you are, and what's the sense of just how people are going about things? We know there's a state of emergency there.
Yeah, that's right. Earlier this morning, the Israeli government did tell people to stay by their safe rooms, which are in just about every Israeli home and in public places as well. I was walking around this morning on my way here, and, it doesn't look like a regular Friday morning. Clearly, people had taken the message. They're not walking about. But it's very calm here. I did see some families out and about this morning, and the Israeli government just a couple of hours ago lifted their recommendation that people remain near those safe rooms. So it looks as though, as far as the Israeli government is concerned, that for the public, most of the danger is now over. But of course, Israeli airspace is still closed, as are airspaces throughout the region.
Matt Bradley from NBC. Thank you, Matt.
For more on the latest developments, get to Dan Senor, our friend, former foreign policy advisor in the Bush administration, host of the podcast, called me back. We've talked a lot about this over the years, actually, Dan. I ask you in a little bit different way. I mean, you can just present the facts, obviously, but we both believe that, and I think the president believes Iran, and obviously Israel believes Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. We've been hearing they're getting closer and closer and closer. I don't know whether a deal was possible, but in some respects, should we view this as almost welcome? That this is going to come to a head and it's going to be decided before Iran actually has the bomb.
Yeah, Joe, the concern, of course, was as Iran was getting closer and closer and closer, that removed optionality for Israel, because any operation Israel would want to take would take a lot of lead time, a lot of preparation. So as for the longest time, we've heard that the term was breakout time. How long does Iran have to break out to a nuclear weapons capability? Meaning it has all the ingredients, all the tools, everything it needs. It's perfecting its processes. But when the supreme leader says go, start, like build the activate the program. That doesn't mean launch a weapon, but activate the capability, so we now can tell the world we, Iran, have a nuclear weapon, which means that creates an umbrella over the region where no one can ever respond to Iran, and Iran would hold the region and a large part of the world hostage. Once Iran can activate that, they go to breakout. That's the window that has been shrinking for some time. It was years, then it was months. I remember, Joe, being on your show over the last few years, and when Prime Minister Netanyahu would come to the joint session of Congress back in 2015, there was a concern that the breakout time was shrinking to months. Then it was weeks, and now I'm hearing from Israeli sources it was even getting to days. So once they're in ability to have the capacity to activate in a matter of days, that just Israel's losing all its optionality to take it out, and it clearly had as someone put it to me, a U.S. administration that was somewhere between allowing and supporting, meaning the only debate was whether or not the U.S. was going to be actively involved or just give Israel the green light. But in no time were they dealing with an administration that's been in power since January, been in office since January, that was going to stop it, that was going to put up a red light. So when all those factors lined up, which is they had an administration that was allowing Israel to do what it needed to do, and the race to breakout was just days, maybe weeks away, Israel had to do it.
Allowing and supporting, somewhere in between, that's a good way of putting it. I can just remember, Dan, when you were on and we were talking, the last time that I wouldn't call it an opening, but there was conflict broke out between Iran and Israel, and then Iran, responded with what didn't seem to be a very big response, and then it was said, both sides sort of said, okay, we're done. And I wouldn't say disappointment's not the right word, but this had to be taken care of at some point. And when it wasn't going to happen then, it's like, okay, if not now, if not then, when are you actually going to grab the bull by the horns and make sure that this doesn't happen? And no one welcome's the wrong word. No one is happy that this is happening, but the world is a tough place. And I'm seeing certain politicians say it's a reckless move and it's this and it's that. How is it reckless when the very existence of Israel is at stake?
Well, let me just refer to something you just said a moment ago, which was the operation back in October. So there were two operations that Israel conducted against Iran, one in April of 24 and the other one in October of 24. What was striking to me about the one in October of 24 is about a third of the Israeli Air Force was deployed, even more, a higher percentage of the Israeli Air Force was deployed last night and will be over the next couple of days. But in October of 24, about a third of the Israeli Air Force was deployed. And the Israelis I was speaking to said, look, we've taken out all of their, most, if not all of their S-300, which are their air defense capabilities, their capacity to kind of dominate the sky, if you will, from the ground in Iran. Israel had taken those out. Those are not easy to repair, and they're not easy to replenish. And once Israel had done that back in October, as one guest on my podcast put it, Rich Goldberg, he said, the Ayatollah has no clothes. Iran is totally naked. So now it's just a matter of when Israel wants to do the big operation. But that October operation created a lot of space and time for Israel to do what it did last night. I think it will be doing over the next few days. To your question, I've got to tell you, I've looked at some of these responses from some members of the U.S. Senate, Jack Reed, Chris Murphy. They're shocking. They're really shocking. Does anybody believe that Iran inching this close to a nuclear weapon, that would actually bring peace and stability to the world? That would bring, forget about to Israel. What about to the Middle East? What about our other allies in the Middle East? What about to Europe? What about to the broader world? I mean, if Israel, here's one way to think about it, Joe. Israel was criticized for taking out Nasrallah and Hezbollah, which was Iran's most important ally. Israel was pressured for years to reach some kind of peace deal with Assad's regime in Syria. All right. Israel was pressured for many years to give up the Golan Heights. Israel was, what I'm describing here right now is basically the proxy system that surrounded Israel. And Israel systematically took out Iranian proxies. The regime in Syria fell, the Assad regime, after being in power for 53 years. Iran was at its weakest moment. This is actually the most responsible and safest time to do what Israel's doing, partly because the whole system of Iran's has been being broken down over the last few months. And if you look at the people who've been criticizing what Israel's doing every step of the way, the pager attack, taking out Nasrallah, taking out Hezbollah's offensive capabilities, now taking out Iran, every step of the way, the critics that have been saying Israel's been making a mistake with this quote-unquote escalation, just imagine where we would be today if Israel had not been doing these things. And again, ask it also not just from Israel's perspective, but from the U.S. perspective.
With that logic, if you don't get it to Ford or however pronounce
Fordo, Fordo,
If you
yeah.
don't get to Fordo, I said Fordo, but if you don't get to Fordo, you could call that, if you're going to do it, you need to finish it, don't you? Is there going to, how is this going to happen? Is a bunker buster going over? Are we going to supply that?
So Fordo is, you're right to focus on Fordo, which is where one of the major nuclear sites is, and really, hardened, deepened and hardened in underground and in kind of a mountainous area that's very hard to penetrate. It sounds like Israel has not hit it yet, and I agree with you. If Israel does not take it out or do serious damage to it, I don't think this operation will have been considered a complete success. That said, I think if you look at the sequencing of what Israel's doing here, right? So what did they do in the first wave of the operation? They completely caught the personnel that runs Iran's military, Iran's security capabilities, the leaders of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the chief of staff of the Iranian army, and other leaders of the Iranian army, key nuclear scientists. So they were the personnel, and they took out the personnel. This is actually very similar to when Israel took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah, where they go after key personnel first, disrupt communications, so it completely disrupts and distorts the command and control. So suddenly you're some official in Fordo, and you're like, well, what do I do when they come for us? Or what should I be doing now to respond? And I don't want to oversimplify it, but suddenly all the people that military official would call are confused. Communications are confused. The leadership at the top is either not reachable or have been killed. They've been taken out in their homes in the first wave in the surprise attack. So they were taking care of the personnel first, then hitting the infrastructure. And I gotta believe that hitting Fordo and hitting the infrastructure at Fordo is going to happen. But of course, none of this could happen. None of the infrastructure could be hit until the key personnel was taken out, and that's why doing in these waves was very important.
They're wrapping as usual, Dan. But we talked earlier. Does Israel have the capability to do that now? Some Israeli generals say they do, others say they don't, and that it would take one of these U.S. supplied bunker busters. Would we supply it? Have we supplied it?
I don't know if we have supplied it, Joe, but I just will say this. If you look at President Trump's statement, if you look at the interview he gave last night to Brett Baer, I think he is basically signaling that he gave Iran 60 days to try diplomacy. They played a rope-a-dope. They dragged things out, and he's basically working with Israel on this. I mean, he's not actively involved. I want to be clear, but he's not stopping Israel. And so, read into that what you want. I think if Israel is going to do Fordo, whether it needs U.S. capabilities or not, I think it's going to have what it needs.
All right, Dan, thanks.
Good to be with you guys.
All right, see you again soon. Thank you.
When we come back, we'll have much more on the market reaction to the events unfolding in the Middle East. As we head to a break right now, check out how the Dow movers are taking place this morning. Chevron, that stock up by about 2.6%. Apple and Verizon up just fractionally. Squawk Box will be right back. The results of the CNBC NRF Retail Monitor for May just released. Let's get to Steve Leisman. He has more on this. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Becky. Consumer spending growth slowed in May, apparent payback from strong April outlays that were propelled by consumers pulling forward purchases ahead of tariffs. And consumers, of course, could now face new challenges after developments overnight in the Middle East. The CNBC NRF Retail Monitor, it's powered by real credit card spending data from Affinity Solutions, showed a 0.5% gain for the headline data. Pretty good. That excludes auto and gas, and that's down from 0.7 in April. But when you take out restaurants, spending dropped to 0.2%, pretty weak there, from 0.9 in April. Year-over-year rates remain positive, but both are down from April. 8 of 12 sectors were up, led by digital products and restaurants and bars, but apparel also increased, not showing much tariff effect there, along with sporting goods and hobbies. Those are a sign that discretionary spending continues to be relatively in pretty good shape. Declines came from gas prices, but also furniture and electronics. Those are two areas that could be showing some tariff impact. The NRF writing in its commentary, while momentum remains, the nature of consumer spending is shifting as caution from uncertainty increases. Consumers are trading down rather than reducing spending. The outlook for spending would otherwise remain bright. You have high levels of employment, decent wage gains. Remains to be seen whether May was just payback and strength returns in June, and if tariffs have a broader effect in the months ahead. Now, of course, the attacks on Iran will be another factor for consumer sentiment. Lower gas prices were a big positive for consumers, both for sentiment and, of course, for prices, offsetting some of the gains we saw in the overall index. Becky?
Yeah, Gary Cohn was just here yesterday as the markets were celebrating these lower than expected inflationary prints we got both on Wednesday and Thursday of this week, talking about how he talks to Walmart and their managers will tell you that if somebody fills up with gas thinking it's going to be $80 at the gas pump, it turns out it's only $62. They'll take that $18 and go inside and spend it immediately at the stores. So higher oil prices are a concern, but we'll see if it hangs in there. Helene Croft earlier this morning said that the market's gotten burned. Oil traders gotten burned in the past thinking that some of these geopolitical issues will keep oil prices higher, and that hasn't been the case, at least to date.
Yeah, usually these things snap back pretty quickly, and of course it's a new era with so much U.S. production. I think if I had to guess, the market is trading right now on the fear of a wider conflict, one that could disrupt more broadly oil supplies from the Middle East. And of course, there was an anticipation among some that perhaps Iran would return to global markets, so that's an issue as well. But typically these things have been relatively short-lived, and in the era of U.S. domestic production, maybe even shorter than that.
Steve, thank you.
Pleasure.
It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. The global markets reacting to Israel's strikes on Iran, targeting nuclear facilities, ballistic missile factories, and Iranian military leadership. Iran's elite Revolutionary Guard said that its top commander was killed and a key nuclear enrichment site was damaged, but no radiation contamination has occurred. Israel is working to bring down drones that Iran launched in retaliation. In the last hour, an Israeli army spokesman said that the attacks were still underway. We'll have more on this in just a moment. As for the U.S. markets, the futures this morning are lower, although off the lowest sessions we've seen. We were down by more than 500 points earlier this morning. Now the Dow is indicated off by about 416. S&P futures are down as well. They're off by 0.9%, and the Nasdaq is the biggest decliner on a percentage basis. It's down by just over 1.1%. Also, take a look at what's been happening with the Treasury markets. At least for most of the complex, you're looking at slightly higher yields. The 5 years at 3.96, the 2 years at 3.91, 10 years flat at 4.35, and then oil prices, as we've mentioned, spiked overnight, up by about 14% on the initial news. You now see that WTI is up by just under 8% to $73.40 a barrel. ICE Brent is at $74.39.
For more on these market moves, let's get to Mike Santoli at the NYSE. Mike, someday it might be different when something like this happens, and it could be long-lasting and horrific and terrible, but how many times whether it was either one of the initial moves that we made on Iraq. I can remember where I was and what I was doing, and it seems like it's going to be major for across the board, for oil, for markets, for everything. It never seems to turn out that way or last that long. But one of these times, maybe it will.
Yeah, I would say certainly rarely it's been the case. I mean, and that probably explains, Joe, why while it was a sharp reaction in global markets, very well contained, especially considering the starting point. If you look at the S&P 500, the SPY index fund here, we were at a multi-month high, had very strong couple of weeks, and actually we're up week to date ahead of this. It looks like we're going to back off here just below the 6,000 level. That would be equivalent to 600 for the ETF. And I would say, you go back to, even last month's high, it's like, 59, 50-ish right there would be no big deal. So we're in a market where it's kind of built up a little bit of a cushion. The trend has definitely become better. But you see things like the volatility index perking above 20. Market's going to be on alert a little bit. A few things I would look for is to see if, let's say, some of the big NASDAQ stocks start to outperform, which are considered to be kind of insulated from a lot of issues. But so far, really not changing a whole lot in terms of the overall trend structure here. Take a look at one dynamic that's been notable, which is the outperformance of global developed market stocks relative to the U.S. This is obviously very much a catch-up move from multiple years of U.S. outperformance. The EFA ETF is all developed markets outside the U.S. And they're curling lower a little bit here too, but from a stronger position. So we'll see if any of that rebalancing happens. We're not seeing a flight to safety response really in treasuries, although the dollar is getting a little bit of a bounce. Wanted to take a look at 5-year chart of oil versus gold. In theory, both oil and gold maybe get a bump on this news overnight, but you see how fascinating it is that from different paths they've kind of landed at the same spot. This is oil during the Russia-Ukraine invasion, obviously blasting above their prior range. And I think one benefit and one reason that the equity markets can handle this is oil's been depressed, right? So it's popping from this very benign level. It's obviously, certainly inflation adjusted well lower than it's been in recent years when we were in the $75 WTI range. So gold, again, has been strong, but really trending in that way, but not necessarily in kind of a panic buying type of way, guys.
And once again, Bitcoin is going the opposite way.
Exactly.
So if it's digital goods, it's digital NASDAQ is what it is.
There it is.
Yep, thanks.
All right, joining us right now with reaction to Israel's airstrikes on Iran, Michael O'Hanlon, who is the Director of Foreign Policy Research at Brookings. He's also the Philip H. Knight Chair in Defense and Strategy. And Mike, your thoughts on what we saw overnight? There was some indication that we could be seeing something happening in the Middle East, certainly, but maybe this was more than some had anticipated.
Hi, Becky. Well, it's striking news and obviously ongoing. Multiple days of additional attack expected. I'm intrigued as to what Israel thinks it can accomplish around the Fordo site. As you know, that's the deep underground nuclear enrichment facility that, as far as we know so far, has not yet been struck. And without effective attacks against that, Israel may be really only accomplishing a delaying action here, especially given Iran's likely reaction, which would be to withdraw from any cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. And so I'll be intrigued. I was wondering if Israel had a special forces raid in mind for that site. If they had such a plan, they presumably would have started with that, not carried it out later on. So that's one big question I've got. But I'm not surprised by the efficiency and the effectiveness of the attacks so far against some of the sites and against some of the key leadership. And you would expect that kind of excellence from the Israeli armed forces.
We brought that question up several times today, Mike. Why, if you have the ability to do something with Fordo, where most of those centrifuges are now centered for Iran, that's the one that's buried about half a mile underground. If you had the ability to do it, why not do it now?
Well, I'm not sure they do have the ability to do it. And I've heard some commentary on your show this morning that I'm not sure I fully agree with, not from you, but from other guests, about whether Israel really has this kind of bunker busting capability. And many people were skeptical that Israel would carry out this attack more or less on its own or completely on its own, lacking such capabilities, as well as lacking the ability to sustain air operations over many hundreds of miles the way that the United States could. Now, they've proven already they can do pretty well in the air, even so far from home. So I guess they solved that piece. But I don't know that they have the bunker busting capability to get down hundreds of meters into rock. And frankly, I'm not sure how well we would do with that mission. We would probably do pretty well. But the whole idea of Fordo was to be insulated against this kind of attack. And so I'm dubious that Israel is going to get it.
That leads to the questions of what the United States will do next. And President Trump has been fairly active on Truth Social this morning. One post that he said is that, you know, the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far. Israel has a lot of it, with much more to come. He's also said that this is what he warned Iran. He gave them 60 days. This is day 61, and this is what happens next. How will Iran react to that, do you think? And do they have a chance to get them back to the table to try and reach an agreement?
Well, I hope so on the latter question, but it's going to be tough. I think Iran's reaction will be twofold. One, they will have to do something, at least in their own minds, they'll have to do something violent in reply. And we know they've tried multiple approaches, and many of their options are not very good, but I still think they'll feel the need to do something. And it may look like some of their old-fashioned anti-civilian truck bombing kind of stuff. It may be an attempt to assassinate Israeli politicians around the world. I don't know. I think they'll feel like they need to do something. And I hope they won't, but I expect they will. Second, the big question long-term is what about their nuclear program going forward? Again, I'm dubious that Israel is going to achieve a completely disarming strike. And even if Israel did, Iran would have the ability to start to rebuild its centrifuge capabilities in locations that perhaps we don't find out about. Bear in mind that it took some good luck and Iranian dissident groups for us to learn about the second nuclear site 20 years ago. So you can build these sites sometimes and get away with it clandestinely. And I think Israel has to expect that that will be Iran's recourse. So it's going to be hard for us to get to a new nuclear deal, but I think that should be the priority, as my colleague and friend Ken Pollack argued this morning in foreignaffairs.com.
I guess part of what they accomplished is taking out some of these nuclear scientists. I don't think I'd want to be an Iranian nuclear scientist, knowing that the Israelis and potentially others would be targeting you on some of these issues. The other part of the question, though, is when Iran retaliates, will it be only against Israel, or will they try and retaliate against U.S. military assets? Will they try and retaliate against Saudi Arabia or other nations that they think, even though they've condemned it, must have allowed them to fly over their airspace?
Yes, excellent question. And I think that Iran, if I had to guess, which is always dangerous, predicting about the future is not the best thing to do on live television, but I don't think Iran will strike the United States with any vehemence. There's a chance they'll feel the need to do something symbolic, maybe not even risking loss of life, I don't know, against a facility or something, just to show their displeasure and their belief that we are Israel's best friend. But I don't know that they really want to invite major American retaliation. So that would be my guess, but it's a close call in their mind, I would think. And then in terms of what they can really do against the Israelis, I don't know. They can certainly try harder than they have been to conduct assassinations or terrorist strikes around the world that would target, Jewish facilities like in Argentina in the 1990s. Remember that case long ago? Or some other location like that that's not as well protected as many sites would be inside of Israel. That's another option they've got. But I think they will feel the need to do something dramatic and violent, and then think hard about the nuclear option going forward.
Mike, thank you. Michael
Thank you,
Hanlon.
Coming up, House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence member Raja Krishnamurthy. And then later, Goldman Sachs Vice Chair Robert Kaplan on what the situation in the Middle East means for what the Fed is likely to be considering. We'll be right back.
beauty.com.
Iran's Noor News saying that 78 were killed, 329 injured in Israeli attacks on residential areas in Tehran. Joining us now, Congressman Rajna Krishnamurti. He's the ranking member of the China Select Committee and a member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which is in charge of oversight of the Intelligence Committee. And it's good to see you, Congressman. In the past, you've been a pretty staunch defender of Israel. I'm quoting you from a former, when there was some other, you were commenting on a response that Iran had done Israel, I think it was back in October, and you said Israel has the right to defend itself at all times, especially against an Iranian regime, which continues even now to seek Israel's destruction. Nothing has changed from that, from what you're saying there in terms of Israel's destruction. Do you back this move by Israel 100% that we saw yesterday or last night?
Well, I think that key context is yesterday morning, the IAEA, for the first time in 2 decades, said that they had detected nuclear activities at sites that they had not known about, and that Iran had enriched uranium beyond 60% level, which is far beyond what's necessary for civilian nuclear purposes. So I can understand why the Israelis would take action, especially when Iran is so intransigent at the bargaining table. And so now, although people like me are, 100% in favor of a strong U.S.-Israel relationship, I'm hoping that we can de-escalate a little bit for a second, maybe give Iran a chance to come back to the negotiating table, and make sure that we protect our U.S. troops and interests in the region. Any kind of reprisal on them by the Iranian regime would be a grave mistake. And I think now is a time to kind of take stock of what's happened and act accordingly.
I think that's what, if you read between the lines on some of the president's Truth Social posts, he's saying that. And I guess you would, are you critical of anything that the Trump administration or the president said? They said, gave you this much time. There's still time for some type of negotiations here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's still time to come to an agreement to end the Iranian nuclear program. We know that the Israelis attacked the Natanz enrichment plant. But remember, a lot of the facilities are at Fordo, which is deep underground, and so the Iranian nuclear program in some ways remains intact. So now we have to go back to the bargaining table and explain to the Iranians that, look, we want to peacefully negotiate an end to this program. Now's the time to do it, and if you don't, you're going to invite more of what you saw last night.
But anything short of destroying the Fordo facility, or at least attempting to do it, some watchers say that this will even embolden Iran to move even faster with the facilities that it has left at this point. And I don't know, we've seen past agreements. It's very difficult to monitor compliance with all those agreements. And I mean, if they said, yeah, we're gonna be good and we're not gonna do any more enrichment at Fordo, why would we believe them at this point? There are some people that think it should. You come this far, you've just poked the bear, and you've started things. Finish it off. You're not one of those people that thinks that we should, or that Israel should do that with Fordo.
Well, I think that I'm not sure that there's the capacity to destroy Fordo. Moreover, I think that Iran right now desperately wants those sanctions lifted. The economy is in shambles, Joe. You know that as well as anyone. And so for them to have any of those sanctions lifted or to have any sanctions relieved, there has to be a verifiable way that we know that their nuclear program is dismantled. But beyond that, let's make the agreement even better. Let's end the nefarious activities in the region, especially support for Houthis and Hezbollah. And then let's also restrict the ballistic missile program too.
I guess that just after this most recent action, does it make Iran more likely to enter into some agreement like that, or I just they're proud and they're going to have to respond to this, and I'm just wondering whether it would be the opposite, that this would actually force them, away from the bargaining table.
I think they have to make a decision today or in the next coming days about the cost benefit of kind of expanding the conflict in some way. To me, I think the costs far exceed the benefits. And we are going to stand strong with our friends, partners, and allies in the region against Iranian aggression or certainly any kind of reprisal attacks. I'm also worried about lone wolves who might be inspired by them. I'm worried about these cells that they have in different countries. And so at this time, we have to make it super clear to them through our diplomatic intermediaries. We're not going to tolerate any of that. Let's get back to the bargaining table. Let's end this nuclear program. And someday, hopefully, we can welcome them back to the community of nations.
You get the feeling, Congressman, that if Israel made a plea to the Trump administration for those bunker buster bombs, do you get the feeling that the president would say, fine, I'm gonna give you those, or do you think he'd say, no, we need to go down the diplomatic path, and I'm not willing to directly involve, or at least not directly involve, but it would certainly raise our involvement in the situation? What do you think he would decide? Do you think Israel is asking right now?
You're asking me to read Donald Trump's mind, Joe. I failed in that effort years ago. I have no idea what he would do exactly, but I think that right now the prudent thing would be to consult with our friends, partners, and allies, and basically those people in the region who have the ability to influence the Iranian regime. And let's get back to the bargaining table right now. And let's communicate very clearly with them certain red lines. For instance, any kind of reprisal attack on Americans or American interests or troops, and we have many in the region, as you know, would be met with severe retaliation. And so let's not go down that road either.
Like the term kicking the can down the road, though, you leave Fordo and you just, I don't know. Thank you, Congressman. Appreciate it. And I don't, you've seen what some of your, not colleagues in the House necessarily, but we are seeing some of your colleagues in the Democratic Party not nearly as supportive of Israel as some people would like. You notice that?
I think that the U.S.-Israeli relationship is cornerstone to our own national security in America, various reasons, and we have to stand strong with Israel.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
When we come back, oil prices reacting to the news out of the Middle East. We'll talk about the energy complex next. Squawk Box will be right back.
Jim.
Global energy markets reacting to Israeli strikes on Iran. CNBC's a senior national correspondent. That doesn't, but you know a lot about oil. You go to Austria all the time, in Vienna and OPEC. You join us now. What can you tell us?
Alaska.
Yeah,
Alaska. Yeah, I can tell us that I'm going to take a different tact. Okay, oil is up 8%. It's one of the biggest moves in years.
Okay,
single day moves. We're at 73.51 here, just about $80 Brent crude in Europe. Why aren't we at $100 a barrel? I think the question is not why is oil up. We know that. I think the question that people I'm pinging, why isn't oil up even more?
And it was up 14% last night and then pulled back.
It is, and it's because there's plenty of oil in the world. So the world, if you just go supply demand, you're well supplied. Citigroup this morning saying we don't expect new longs to come into the market necessarily. That said, if Israel were to hit the oil infrastructure assets of Iran, which they did not, they attacked personnel and a nuclear site. If they hit the oil aspects, specifically something called KARG, K-H-A-R-G, or sometimes spelled Kark Island, then you've got probably a $20 super spike in the price of oil. Iran right now at 3.3 million barrels a day, 1.5 million of that is exported. KARK is where they export, not all, but about 90% of the oil. So you blow that up, if that were to happen, the price of oil is going to have a super spike. That has not happened.
I've heard of this island before. It's been something they talked about as a potential for strikes in the past on some of these things.
Mm-hmm.
It's never been hit. Or
Yeah, no, so bring that back up, because actually that graphic, we made that, so there is a roadmap for this. This actually occurred, not quite to this level, last year. I made this graphic last year when there were more tensions between Iran and Israel.
Yeah.
So kind of showing some potential targets. This was from last year. So you see sort of on the lower right, this KARG Island. That, if you hear about that in the media, if you hear Israeli missiles hitting KARG Island, then you're going to have that super spike in the price of oil that we talked about. Outside of that, if this somehow de-escalates, there is plenty of oil, and Saudi Arabia is able to add more, and has been adding more barrels to the market. If 1.5 million Iranian barrels are taken off, Saudi Arabia probably doesn't need to fill in all of that 1.5, but they could fairly quickly.
They're not friends with Iran, obviously, but they've been, I think they condemned these attacks. For Israel, would they cooperate? Would that make Iran unhappy if they increase production to make up for what we're not getting?
It's an interesting question. I can't speak for the Saudis, obviously, but I will say this. There is at least an open air of dialogue between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Iran obviously is an OPEC member. You referenced OPEC. They are in OPEC.
There's definitely an open conversation between Trump administration and Saudi Arabia.
100%.
And Saudi Arabia,
and I'm sure the headlines across who knew what will be sort of the next leg of this media story.
Right. Not only who knew what, but who allowed what, because there's airspace that had, you had to fly over somebody's airspace to get there. That country would have to know and not stop you from doing it along the way. But Saudi Arabia has moved so quickly to try and not have its own refineries targeted in some of these areas too. They have come out and condemned the strikes.
Yes.
So has Qatar. So has the UAE. They don't want to be involved in this and don't want retaliations against them.
Iran's proxy in Yemen, the Houthis. They're effectively Iran's proxies. They once in a while lob missiles into Saudi Arabia near the oil refineries. They don't do a very good job of it. Saudi Arabia can shoot them down. That's been happening. There is at least an open air of dialogue between many of these Gulf nations. But as I alluded to earlier, the question becomes, what does Iran do? Now, the Ayatollah Khomeini last night put out some threat on social media. There are the sites that Israel hit. Now, you look at the one there, Natanz, that's a nuclear enrichment site, but it's not weapon-grade nuclear. That's called Forum. So if that were to get hit, now you've got this possibility that, is it irradiated? Is there a radiation leak worry? There are other macro things. Israel's targets were personnel, and uranium enrichment, but non-dangerous uranium enrichment, if that makes any sense. It was kind of a body blow, but if they go after Cargill Island or the uranium enrichment facility.
In Fordo, I mean, we've been talking to people this morning who have suggested that they would if they could, or maybe they do have plans to do it, but it would take U.S. bunker busters bombs to be able to really penetrate there because it's a half mile under a mountain.
It is, and that you're talking about the weapons-grade uranium enrichment that the JCPOA, the Iran peace deal, they're trying to stop Iran from being able to enrich enough uranium to create a bomb versus having uranium to operate nuclear facilities.
You remember Signalgate? So after Signalgate, and it was about the Houthi, striking the Houthis, and then people sort of rolled their eyes when President Trump said that we settled things with the Houthis and they weren't going to do anything anymore. We haven't heard much recently from the Houthis.
The Fifth Fleet is sitting off the coast of Bahrain, the Strait of Hormuz.
They've been behaving themselves, the Houthis? To some extent.
Like I said, once in a while they
just
launch a missile into Saudi Arabia.
What about
We're still
now?
here.
Yeah.
To your point, here's the next leg, and here's what I want the audience to take away. If there is an escalation, a further escalation, Iran does something back to Israel, which has closed its airspace. I have a friend whose wife and daughter are in Tel Aviv right now for high school graduation. They're scared, understandably. They want to get out. If there is an escalation, is there mines? We've heard there's nothing new about this, okay? Is there mines being laid in the Strait of Hormuz in which 20% of the world's oil passes? And does the Fifth Fleet of the United States, which is sitting kind of off the coast of Iran, it is the biggest non-World War II naval fleet in the world. Do they have to react to anything Iran may do? The question, Joe, is this. How much do you react to this? Do you mine a few ships? Or does this become a full-out escalation? The oil market is going to watch that. And let's all pray that
it
does not happen.
might depend on Fordo and our involvement with whatever happens.
Also, by the way, Europe meeting quickly, June 15th, G7 in Canada. Europe wants to lower the price cap on Russian oil to $45. That probably takes this off the table, because how do you lower the price cap to 45 when oil is at 75? You can do it when oil is at 60. So now Europe has got to go back to the table and think, what do we do about
How much
Russia?
of the SPR we got? I asked someone they go do it. So the guy
190 million barrels.
How much?
Half full.
It's half full.
Effectively.
We're only half.
Well, it takes 3.5 years to fill it back up. You can. It's like a sink. You can drain a sink very quickly.
Yeah.
You can't fill the sink very quickly. It has technical limitations on how much oil and how fast.
But we're only at half.
About half, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have no data in front of me, so it's going off the old noggin here, Joe.
That's not great. Okay.
I'll
Thank
see
you,
you on
Brian.
Power Lunch in like 7 hours.
Okay. What do you mean? Okay. You're using the royal U. Okay. See you later. Thank you.
Thanks,
EWE.
Another big market story we're watching this morning is Boeing after yesterday's Air India plane crash. The former FAA acting administrator, Billy Nolan, will join us after the break. Take a look at shares of Boeing this morning. That stock off sharply yesterday. You can see this morning, Boeing shares are down another 1%, just over $200. We'll be right back.
Iran.
Over 200 bodies recovered after an Air India flight. A Boeing 787 that was bound for London crashed right after takeoff, striking a medical school. Joining us right now is Billy Nolan. He's a former FAA acting administrator, also chief regulatory officer at Archer Aviation. Billy, thank you for being with us today. Obviously, we're just over 24 hours out from this accident. It's hard to have a real idea of what happened, but that certainly hasn't stopped speculation in other places. As somebody who understands how aviation works, who understands how these things will be investigated, what can you tell us, understanding that there's still a lot more information that will come?
Well, thanks. First, Becky, thanks for having me on. I'll just say that my thoughts are with, with the families, with the first responders, with the Air India team. To your point, at this point, we have more questions than we have answers for. But I think it's helpful to kind of step back and think about what should have happened, and that's sort of what sort of guides the investigation itself. So you've got a qualified and current crew who's flying this flight. You've got an airplane, Boeing 787-800, that's been operated for about 11 years. You've got a hot, heavy day, if you will. This was slated to take off on roughly a 9-hour flight from Ahmedabad to London's Gatwick Airport. So as we think about all of those things, now that, of course, we hear that the black box, that the flight data recorder has been recovered, the investigators will, they're in a data and the effect collection phase at the moment, and they will certainly try to get to some answers as quickly as possible.
The video, there are several videos that exist of the plane. It's been heavily analyzed on social media and other places too. I'm sure you've gotten a look at it. What's your takeaway from what you see in that video?
Well, again, I think, without getting into too much any speculation at this point, what I can say, you will look to performance, right? You would expect airplane is prepared for takeoff, it lifts off. Typically what happens is that once you've got a positive rate of climb, the pilot flying will call for positive rate flaps up. You would then climb out, and at some point you start to clean up the airplane. That means that you retract the flaps and the slats, right? We see in this video that the landing gear is still in the extended down position, right? So those will be things certainly that the investigators will focus on. They will look very closely at performance. They'll look very closely at configuration and to see, was there anything that's amiss? So those are things they can get. And certainly those are things that the flight data recorder can give you positions of the flight controls, the position of landing gear. We can obviously see in this video that it's down. So you gather all this information, and then certainly they will be able to put a complete picture together and get to a probable cause, I think, fairly quickly.
I mean, this is a Boeing jet with GE aerospace engines that are on it. Air India has a very good reputation for maintenance and being able to make sure that they have upkeep and taking care of those planes. An 11-year-old plane, certainly not something that's outside the realm of where you would expect it to still be operating well. What kind of assurances can you give the general public who see this after a difficult 6 months and even difficult few years in the airline industry in terms of feeling safe about flying?
Excellent points all around. Becky, what I would say is this, right? I believe context is always important. On any given day, globally, we're flying just short of 102,000 flights each and every day. Boeing to date has delivered nearly 1,200 Boeing 787s. They recently announced that they've flown their 1,000,000th passenger. All of that suggests that you've got a very this is one of the most technologically advanced modern jetliners. So, from a perspective of the big picture, we've got a very safe system. Now, I'm just back from Mexico City, where I was attending the Association of Latin American Airlines, where the airlines come together and they were discussing flight safety. They were discussing operational excellence. They were discussing training. So these are things that aviation professionals and regulators around the world are very much focused on. To your point, we look back at every one of these unfortunate events, say, what's that lesson learned? How do we continue to ensure the flying public that it is safe to fly, that our systems, both here in the U.S. and abroad, are robust and resilient? And certainly we'll take every lesson from this tragic event and say, how do we prevent that from happening again in the future?
Billy Nolan is the former acting FAA administrator. And Billy, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up next, Goldman Sachs Vice Chair, former Dallas Fed President Robert Kaplan on the markets, Middle East tensions, and how it will affect the markets and the Fed. We'll be right back.
Israeli military says that it has completed a series of strikes against Iran's surface-to-surface missile systems. NBC's Keir Simmons is in Dubai, and he joins us now with more. Keir, hi.
Hey Becky, this is a major strike and actually a continuing campaign. You can see from that spike in the price of oil, which continues this morning, that there are more strikes likely. That there was a fresh wave of Israeli strikes underway this morning. Iran responding with more than 100 drones, many shot down, Israel says. And then those comments from President Trump, who had questioned whether an Israeli strike would help negotiations over the Iran nuclear program, now saying on social media that the next attacks are already planned and may be more brutal. The Israelis targeting the Iranian nuclear program, but also Iranian military leaders and Iranian bases. Iran's president with a message to his nation this morning saying Iran's legitimate and powerful response will make Israel regret its foolish act. The question before all this, Becky, was Israel capable of taking out, if you like, Israel's nuclear program, fully taking it out without US munitions? I guess we're going to get the answer to that question in the coming days.
Yeah, I think so. Keir, we've been talking this through all morning. What's the next step that people are waiting for, watching?
Yeah, the next step, I think, is more of this, more of the same. The question of just how capable is Iran of responding, how much pain can it inflict on Israel. Reports from Jordan that Iranian drones have been shot down there. How does Iran respond to that kind of action by Arab countries in this region? There are many, many question marks. There's going to be plenty of uncertainty going into the weekend and through next week. We could see this conflagration through next week, Becky.
Keir, thank you. That's NBC's Keir Simmons.
You bet.
Joining us now, Goldman Sachs Vice Chairman Rob Kaplan, who is former Dallas Fed president, and you know what we're going to talk about. Obviously, we're CPI, PPI, things like that, Rob. But at this point, we have obviously been sort of upended by what happened in the last 24 hours or so. Does it change anything for as far as the Fed's calculus goes?
I think the market reaction, there's a market reaction obviously in oil. You see gold spiking. I'd say the equity market reactions are somewhat muted. The 10-year, interestingly, the treasury market reaction is somewhat muted. Normally you'd see greater flight to quality. So I think the markets are sort of in a wait and see mode, muted initial reaction, and I think the Fed will just watch this carefully day to day to see if it's gonna be contained or there are going to be a further escalation. But they'll watch it like the rest of us. They'll watch it day to day.
What did you make at this point? We're back to what we were going to talk about. What did you make of the latest inflation numbers? They're positive, obviously, but is it the calm before the storm in your view?
Well, it tells you a couple things. One, it tells you if it weren't for the tariff situation, we're in a disinflating situation. We're in a disinflating world, and I think if it weren't for these prospective tariffs that will flow through and are flowing through, I think the Fed would be on their front foot to be looking to cut rates now. That's the first thing it tells me. And then the second thing is that they're going to watch how these tariffs, where they're set in the next several weeks, how they flow through the economy. But I think if I were at the Fed, it would encourage me that after we get over the horizon, maybe the tariff impact could be more muted than I fear, and that over the horizon, I think the world by and large has got an oversupply of goods that's driven heavily by China, and maybe we can get back to taking action sometime during the fall. But I would want to keep my options open, but that's what I would take from these numbers.
So at this point, if the tariffs, we've got delays, we've got respites, we've got things like that, if those are extended or if it wouldn't accelerate from here, are you convinced that that tariffs become something that should stay on the Fed's radar, or would you be more concerned with some of the uncertainty surrounding it and what it does to growth concerns?
Well, we've already seen a lot of the negative growth impact, I think, in terms of just the pause in corporate behavior, corporate investing, and consumer behavior. So we're already seeing that. I think if I were at the Fed, I'd be thinking and reminding myself that ideally these will be a one-time cost shock. I'll also be reminded that in a world of overcapacity for goods, even with this, companies will have negotiating leverage over suppliers to push prices down. They may have to take some out of margin. They may have to put some in prices. So if I were at the Fed, I would say the height of uncertainty about the impact is in the next several months. And over the horizon, as I said, I think a lot of the other trends lead me to believe that we can maybe resume our march toward our 2% goal later this year into next year. And so the height of the uncertainty is we're probably in the middle of it right now.
You saw some of the Fed futures yesterday, kind of surprising, maybe not surprising, but can those change the first a month from now? If we got hotter numbers, do we go back down? Do you think what's your outlook?
Well, directionally, what I'd make is the Fed futures is the first meeting where there's a real meaningful probability of a cut is September. So what I take from it, which I think is about right, that no action in June, unlikely in July. The Fed, though, it will likely prepare itself and prepare in its comments that it might take action into the fall. But we still don't know what the tariff rates are. And we still have a budget bill and a tax bill that has not yet been passed, and we'll see over the summer what the details of that are. And so it just tells you that the summer is going to be spent processing this. Obviously, there'll be tension in certain parties wanting the Fed to take action sooner. And I think the Fed will be on its front foot, but it's got to understand what the facts are on tariffs and how they flow through. And I think it still needs a little bit more information in order to see that situation clarify.
Rob, if you were on the Fed, would you really be looking at the details of the big, beautiful bill? Would that have any influence on whether you cut rates or left rates the same?
The main things I'd be looking at are well, two things. Number one, we're going on the margin from more government-directed spending, American Rescue Act, Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure CHIPS Act, very directed to less of that. And to the extent we're going to run deficits, it's more tax-related, more money in people's pockets, which I think will be less inflationary. So that's one thing I will take from it than maybe the previous approach. And then the second comment would be, I started the year thinking that deficits would likely be going down and the budget fiscal might be contractionary. And we're now getting to the point it may be neutral or expansionary. So it reduces my thought that we're going to have a recession. I think probabilities of recession are going down. We're in a relatively tight job market. Companies are they're not hiring as much, but they're also not firing because the job market's so tight. So all that makes me believe that we're going to have some growth stability, sluggish but stable. And my main focus ought to be on seeing how these tariffs will flow through, and then get myself ready to potentially take action.
We got to go. Can you imagine we really are somewhere in between Goldilocks, great economy, inflation's coming down, things are awesome, and stagflation. And we're somewhere in between there, and the Fed really doesn't know which is more likely. I guess it depends on how the facts change and circumstances and policy.
Yeah.
And everything else.
And I'd be cautiously optimistic that this may well work through. The issue is we just need to take some more time, and there's several structural changes, and I think the Fed will need to do that. But I think the odds of the stag part is stabilizing a bit. The key to the budget, by the way, the budget bill, is you need growth at least 1.8% real or greater for deficits to be lower than the CBO's. And if they're lower than growth, they'll be higher, and I'd be focused on that also.
All right, Rob Kaplan, thanks. I appreciate it.
Good to talk to you.
Rob, thank you. We'll be right back.
Centers.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Hsu with your check on the morning movers. Some of the laggers today, travel and leisure stocks like Carnival, Royal Caribbean, United Airlines on higher fuel costs and perhaps lower consumer demand given the geopolitical tensions. And then watch defense stocks like L3 Harris, RTX, Northrop Grumman on those heightened geopolitical tensions. Becky, back over to you guys.
Okay, Dom, thank you very much. All right, folks, that does it for us this week. It's been a busy week. All of this coverage will be picked up on Squawk on the Street starting in just a moment. Have a good weekend. We'll see you back here next week.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Sarah Eisen, and Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Global markets are reacting to Israel's strike on Iranian personnel and nuclear sites. Defense stocks are up. The VIX above 20. Oil highest level in about 5 months. And the bid for treasuries not as large as some expected. Yields are higher across the curve. Our roadmap this morning is going to begin with Israel striking those nuclear sites. The president urging Iran to make a deal, quote, before it's too late.
Markets are reacting to those rising Mideast tensions. Oil is spiking, as we said, gold's near a 2-month high, and defense stocks, as you might expect, are rallying.
Plus, one of the black boxes in the Air India Boeing Dreamliner crash has been recovered as investigators search the site for any evidence on what could have caused the disaster.
We begin with the global markets under pressure and energy prices spiking, all in reaction to Israel's preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. At one point, we did have crude soaring more than 13% in the wake of those attacks, currently up almost 9% on a weekly basis for Brent in particular. Sarah, this is going to be in the top 20 gains on a week for Brent since the mid-1980s.
And yet, it could have been worse. And some of the themes from the notes this morning from the analysts that cover oil say, actually, we don't expect a prolonged impact here when it comes to oil. Goldman Sachs, while we have a higher geopolitical risk premium, we still assume no disruptions to our oil supply in the Middle East. And our forecast remains that strong supply growth outside of U.S. shale will reduce Brent prices to $59 in 2025 by Q4. Bottom line, there is still so much we do not know. We do not know what comes next. There is a sense that this will be more prolonged. We've heard that from both Prime Minister Netanyahu, also from President Trump, and any of the spokespeople out of the IDF, that this is sort of the beginning, but President Trump is leaving the window open. So don't know if those 6th round of talks are going to be happening on Sunday as planned, and just don't know what the escalation and retaliation looks like from here. Obviously, the big concern for oil traders is the Strait of Hormuz, which, you know, that is the key passway. Iran has harassed and disrupted global shipping in the past. So that's going to be a big question mark hanging over this market where so much flows through around the world.
A quarter of all supply moves through there, although we do have headlines this morning from the maritime officials that traffic in the straits is operating normally as for now. Sarah mentioned some of the relatively dovish notes on oil. Piper's the exception this morning, David. We would not fade any oil price rally. This is war. This is not a demonstration of capability like we saw in 24 and in 19. They add there is some 3 million barrels a day of productive capacity not used, all of which is within reach of Iran's conventional forces. So we'll see. There's a split on where crude goes from here.
I know. What do we expect the Saudis are going to do as well? They haven't said anything at this point, but there's always a possibility that they'll indicate a willingness to increase
production. They have the most spare capacity of
Yeah.
anybody, right? They are the cartel kingdom
Yep.
and can help offset it, but we're still talking. I mean, first of all, there's no indication Israel did not strike any of the energy assets in Iran that I guess could be on the table and could always, you know, be in play here, but no indication yet. I think the option of more Iranian barrels coming on the market as a result of diplomacy and peace talks looks like a farther away.
And that was the key because Saudis have already done a lot. Our producers appear unwilling at this point to step on the gas regarding production here.
Yeah, beyond what they've been doing, which is all-time highs.
Right. Or maybe it might be down for the year. We don't know.
Maybe down a little bit.
But
that's
the
much
notion
more
is
about
that
where the price of oil has been.
Right. The notion is that Iranian oil might have been the easiest way to add to global production.
Right. That doesn't look likely at this point. For more on Israel's attack on Iran's nuclear sites, let's go to Megan Casella at the White House, and we are getting updates from the president. Megan.
Absolutely, Sarah. Sweeping up a lot of reaction from here so far, though a lot of questions still outstanding as well. The Trump administration initially emphasizing overnight that it was not involved in these attacks, saying Israel had taken unilateral action here. But then President Trump this morning standing strongly by Israel in a few posts, saying in the last few hours that he gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal, but no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. He went on to say that there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. And then in a second post about an hour later, the president said he had given Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal, and that today is day 61. He said, I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. So a couple of things, guys, to highlight from these posts. The first is the president appearing here to show more explicit support for the attacks than his Secretary of State did. Rubio emphasizing Israel acting alone, and the president highlighting how this came only after the U.S.'s preferred options hadn't worked. And then secondly, he talks about this idea of a second chance. The president is continuing to shepherd Iran toward a negotiated nuclear deal, even after these attacks now. As you mentioned a few minutes ago, the next round of those talks had been set for Sunday, so I've asked about those, the status of them. We will have to see if they still take place, and of course, what they look like. And then finally, just in the meantime, both Israel and the U.S. today bracing for retaliation. As soon as today, I should say, Israel has declared a state of emergency, and we know the U.S. State Department has established a Middle East task force, according to an agency spokesperson, who says the U.S. is continuously planning for a wide range of situations for regions with heightened tensions. Guys.
I'm sorry, Megan. I know last time there was back and forth in terms of between Iran and Israel. We were obviously helpful in terms of getting drones and various things out of the sky for the Israelis. Has there been any word as to whether the U.S. is going to aid in a similar function this time? And I know that we've withdrawn some personnel as well from the overall region.
Absolutely. Those evacuations, voluntary departures of some not necessary personnel and their families started earlier in the week, suggesting there was some indication that something was coming. And you're referring, of course, to October, when the U.S. and other allies helped fend off Iranian attacks against Israel. It does absolutely seem like the U.S. and Washington is standing strongly by Israel here and will be there for whatever they need to defend against continued Iranian attacks. That's sort of the distinction that we've started to see so far, is that while Rubio has said, Israel was acting alone, was acting unilaterally, that the U.S. was not explicitly endorsing this first round of attacks, both Republicans on Capitol Hill as well as here in the White House are saying that they support Israel full throttle and will do whatever they need. So that is the expectation, that whatever Iran does next to try to retaliate, the U.S. will be there with their
Well, they did. I mean, 100 drones were launched by Iran against Israel and were reportedly intercepted by Israel and allies, including the United States. I think that the big question, though, Megan, is what role does the U.S. play from here if indeed it is support and friendship by their ally in terms of dismantling the nuclear facilities, which is ultimately the goal here. I mean, they're not just picking war, they're defending themselves, and there is a thought that Israel would ultimately need the U.S.'s help, maybe not, to completely eradicate these nuclear facilities.
That has long been the view, that for the nuclear facilities that are deeply underground, they would need those U.S. weapons in order to get that done. We don't know yet at this point exactly what the U.S.'s response is going to look like, even as they vow to support Israel. The president in his post clearly trying to say the negotiated or more peaceful path is still his preferred method. So we don't know if Israel would be willing to go further without the U.S. standing by them. We don't know where Republicans on the Hill are falling on this, whether they'll be more hawkish at this point or again try to get back to those negotiated talks. The president has been clear for months now that he wanted the negotiated deal, the more peaceful one. But what we don't know is, especially given whether those talks happen on Sunday and how they go, if that changes. At what point does the president and does Washington decide to go a little bit further and say these negotiations clearly aren't getting anywhere?
Right, yeah, it was interesting. He was asked about those evacuations about a day ago at the Kennedy Center and told reporters, well, you're going to have to figure that one out for yourself. Megan Casella, thank you. As we said, defense stocks rallying on these rising geopolitical concerns. Joining us this morning, former White House Middle East Policy Advisor, Ambassador Mark Ginsburg. Ambassador, thanks for the time today. Appreciate it.
Sure.
So we've made it clear we didn't participate in this. Lebanon's told Hezbollah they are not clearing any action. Can this be contained, so to speak?
I think it all depends on the retaliation that Iran still has in its back pocket. It didn't use its ballistic missiles, number one. And number two, the Israelis have indicated, Carl, that they're going to continue to attack because, you see, they don't have the deep munition-busting bombs that the United States would have ordinarily provided them, but Israel doesn't have fighter bombers. And so they're using their fighter fleet to attack these sites time and again. And the question is, how long is it going to take for Israel to be able to, quote, declare victory? And it's hard to tell, because if they keep bombing Iran and are unable to reach and penetrate deep down, that's going to be a problem. And then the question is, what is the United States going to do to help Israel facilitate an end to Iran's nuclear program?
Right. There are some, though, this morning that argue the losses that Iran sustained on personnel alone would make it difficult for them to restaff quickly. Where does that leave them?
Yes, I agree. Look, the decapitation attacks that Israel conducted against the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, its head chief of staff of the military, key scientists, the fact that Israel knows where these people live, where they're working, how they're able to maneuver around any impediments that the Iranians constructed is another example of the enormous intelligence capability Israelis have inside Iran.
What about the political ramifications of this inside the U.S.? I mean, what do you think President Trump is dealing with from his own party, from the Democrats? I mean, to me, it's always surprising that this is a partisan issue, but what's your take?
I don't think, Sarah, you're going to hear a lot of opposition coming out of the Democratic Party, except on the far left. There's been a unified front, no matter where you have stood politically, to support Israel's efforts to defend itself against Iran and to ensure that Iran no longer has the capacity to develop a nuclear weapon. Look, the Trump administration offered Iran a off-ramp here to help create a new consortium that would enable Iran to enrich uranium under the protective eye of Arab states outside of Iran. Sarah, that's where the talks collapsed. Iran refused to agree to permit itself to transfer its Iran enrichment programs outside of Iran. And across the political spectrum, there's support for the fact that Iran blew these talks apart.
Mark, do you think there's any opportunity or chance, as I think some would hope for, that there would be regime change in Iran?
There's so much opposition to this regime inside Iran, while you'll see a galvanization of nationalism because Iranians don't like to be attacked. This regime has already been teetering on collapse. The economy inside Iran is awful. It remains isolated. There's been uprisings inside Iran. The question is whether or not the administration and Israel are able to, in effect, provide what essentially, Carl, would be not only just political support, but encourage Iran opposition groups to take advantage of this opportunity and try to overthrow the regime. And yet, there's no doubt that the internal police force of the regime remains quite intact. And that's the main reason why you probably won't see an uprising just now.
You can probably appreciate, Mr. Ambassador, sort of the market's concern about not just this element of geopolitics, but the Ukraine conflict continues. There's famine in Gaza. We haven't even gotten to the trade wars that have the street concerned about the economy and trade. At what point do you worry about our bandwidth on either military or intelligence, given all of these boiling pots?
There's no doubt that if I were Secretary of State, I'd be wondering when I look around the world, where do I look first? It's long been understood that the Israelis were banging on the door of the White House, demanding that the president give them the permission to strike Iran. Netanyahu just survived a no-confidence vote in the Knesset, and he felt, I think, at this point, emboldened in number one. And number two, the Iranians, the only real weapon that the Iranians have to, in effect, put more pressure on Israel is to, in effect, try to stop petroleum exports through the Straits of Hormuz, and they have the capacity to do that. Insofar as U.S. bandwidth in Ukraine and around the world, look, if I were Secretary of State, I wouldn't be sleeping much these days.
Ambassador, appreciate it. A tough way to finish up this week. I'm sure we'll talk again soon, Ambassador Mark Ginsburg. When we come back and get a closer look at oil's rally today after those airstrikes on Iran, take a look at the pre-market. We'll get to some of the other news. There is some corporate headlines as well regarding RH and Adobe. Stay with us.
Oil prices, of course, are surging this following Israel's military strikes against Iran. Joining us now is John Kilduff of Again Capital. He's also a CNBC contributor. All right, John, what's your take here in terms of what this is going to mean for the oil market?
Well, I think we're unbelievably almost, David, taking this in stride yet again. You know, when it comes to Iran, there's a lot of fear around that country's perceived power and ability to retaliate. And now this is going to be the third iteration in several years where significant attacks were made in Iran. The market holds its breath, and in a way, thankfully, little to nothing happens. I think because, and it's our view that Iran has been so degraded militarily at this point by the Israelis that there's not a whole lot they can do. So the risk premium, while it has to be there, it does come rushing into this market. Cooler heads and really the reality of the situation tends to prevail, and these markets calm down accordingly.
Yeah, you know, we can all question Iran's military response or their ability to respond, but what about asymmetric response, which you can't discount, and what that could mean?
That's where Iran's real power would seem to lie at this point. Obviously, straight up one-on-one military confrontation, not there. But attacking oil infrastructure, for example, anywhere in the region, or backing their proxies like the Houthis to put attacks like they did a number of years ago against Saudi Arabia's, Abqaiq facility, for example. I will say, though, that the Iranians are finding themselves having to walk a fine line here, because they do have obviously some support from their Arab neighbors, but it's limited. And the Saudis in particular don't want a region-wide conflagration. They had asked President Trump to not have this attack even occur. Here we are, but they don't want that.
What about China and Russia, notable buyers of Iranian oil? Where do they sit in all of this? And the fact that they would be losers if there was some sort of disruption from Iranian oil shipments or through the Strait of Hormuz. How does that play out?
That's the big pushback on Iran, Sarah, is China in particular. They don't want their economy. Our economy gets hurt. We've seen the inflation effects during the Ukraine war from higher oil prices. But the Chinese economy, being industrial-based as it is, gets crushed. So they don't want any disruption of oil supplies out of the Middle East, particularly the Strait of Hormuz. So they are a new element in this Middle East gaming out situation, in that they keep everyone sort of at bay and reconsidering escalating this to the next level.
All right, John, so I'm realizing it's obviously a dynamic situation. Give me a call, though, on oil, over the next few months. I mean, do we calm down from here, or do we sort of stay at this level? What do you think?
I think you've seen the worst of it for now, David. I think to the extent that this dissipates, this risk premium will quickly come out of oil prices. The price range we've seen, right around that $60 a barrel mark for WTI, $5 above, $5 below, that's sort of where we've settled out. And we'll have to see how summer driving demand goes here in the United States. It's looking a bit soft right now, and other factors, but I think the downward pressure on oil prices should resume, and I wouldn't expect this situation to cause the wheels to come off that bus.
All right. John, thank you. John Kilduff.
Meantime, take one last look at the pre-market here as we get a Friday session underway. Dow futures looked open. Dow looks to open down about 511 points. Don't go anywhere.
got.
Stocks under some broad pressure this morning. Some of the laggards on the NASDAQ 100 pre-market. We'll get to Adobe and the guidance from last night. They actually do raise the full year guide just a touch. But Lam Research, Shopify, Marvell going to round you out in the top 5. Opening bell coming up in about 5.5 minutes. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime and anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast. As we count down to the opening bell, let's bring in our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, here at Post 9. Mike, I'm curious to know what you make of the dollar's reaction and Treasury's reaction to all this.
Not the most emphatic rush to safety in traditional terms. Bouncing the dollar probably was poised to bounce almost on anything, given how weak it has been recently. Treasury's really shrugging at all this, and maybe that's a different kind of status of the Treasury trade at this point, where it's sort of like higher highs in yield, higher lows. But also, I think the overall markets are not overreacting. It's a contained reaction. I think history, the weight of the evidence, the probabilities suggest that if oil is the conduit for how other asset markets are going to react, a pop in oil prices to where they were 2 months ago and what was the lower end of the range for months before that, it's just not going to be that destabilizing. So again, maybe this is the market kind of being a little bit too Pollyanna about it, but I think right now it makes sense. And in fact, equity markets probably were due for some kind of pause or rest anyway. You built up this cushion. I think you go down 5% from here in the S&P 500 and it still looks really normal and routine and on trend. So I think that's, kind of understandable based on, again, how we think these things will most likely turn out, which is obviously not to kind of widen out from here in terms of the implications.
And people are looking at treasuries and saying, oh, maybe they're not safe havens anymore.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the U.S. has messed with that, which I don't buy because it's not like any other global bond is stronger right now. In fact, most of the European bonds are selling off. I think the idea is that with Brent crude oil going up, that's inflationary, and that pushes back against lower yields.
To a degree, it's inflationary. It's inflationary until it's not. And also, just again, if they're in the range, right? They're off the yields are off the highs. It's not as if it seemed as if they were right for a very sharp move from here, because really we're not having a panic response. So it's not as if, hey, treasuries aren't playing along with the panic response. There isn't a broader panic.
Okay, let's get the opening bell here and the CNBC real-time exchange. You're sticking around, right? At the big book today, it's Catholic Charities of New York. Cardinal Dolan doing the honors. At the NASDAQ, it's Millicom, a provider of telecommunication services in Latin America. Brett, no surprise, relatively weak. There are some calls on gold today, which is going to, I think, set an all-time weekly high. B of A, there's a path to 4K in 12 months.
Sure. I mean, obviously, there's kind of no resistance here, and it doesn't trade on observable fundamentals. So it's your call for how it's gaining status as a portfolio diversifier. So that should work from here. What I'd be watching is some of their intermarket relationships in terms of what's working, what's not. Obviously, NASDAQ's been the big outperformer. It's a little bit of a lag on the downside, but not much. So you want to see if the rotations that have been really benign going in, you've even had some days with the Russell 2000, a lot of short covering going on, allowing the NASDAQ to take a break. We'll see if it stays in gear. I mean, that to me, when your VIX goes above 20 or around 20, hedge funds don't exactly have as much of a green light to say, okay, we're going to re-risk as much as we were before. But again, we're operating in pretty narrow bands. And, the earnings season is through. I think the market's in a little bit of a mode of what do we react to next.
Well, I think that you can see sector performance reactions to what happened in Israel and Iran overnight. Energy is the only sector that's higher right now. No surprise on higher oil prices. Consumer discretionary is the worst performing sector. Why? It's being dragged down by Carnival Cruise and Norwegian and Expedia, Royal Caribbean. The airlines are under pressure. Some of the Middle East nations had to close their airspace last night. I mean, this clearly heightened geopolitical risk in the past has led to less international travel. So that's, I think, the immediate gut reaction. The defense stocks, no surprise, are also higher on this idea of higher military spending. If this could escalate, if we could see more of a profound impact. So beyond sort of those specifics, overall, it's interesting, Mike, that the S&P has just gone negative. Well, it's actually flat now for the week. So we'll see what kind of sell-off we get today. It's been a pretty strong week, but I guess incremental kind of days.
Well, exactly. It's been very narrow ranges. It's kind of been getting wound pretty tight in this, as we get to within 2% of the old highs. And we actually are coming off of weeks before this week. And of course, that was at the end of some of the strongest 2-month moves that we've seen in a long time, up 25%. So again, due for a rest of some sort. We'll see if this is, how eager, and look, already people are very eager to kind of get in there and try to buy this dip, at least in the mega caps that are going to be able to support the index. The other piece of it, though, is when you get a supply-driven oil spike, or when it's a geopolitical move.
I know this excites you Wall Street guys, but
effect on the consumer stocks.
I'd rather have cheaper oil, you idiots. Good morning. This means they can charge more for their groceries. Where am I? Okay.
I'm gonna wait and see if it'll come back down and touch the bottom of the orb, because the bottom of the orb is stacked on top of the 63 on the minute.
Oh yeah? Right, it's stacked on my 200 and my EMA, no, above it. My 200s. Okay.
Fix is almost touching 20, so contracts are freaking juiced to hell. Had to go way, way down.
Ooh.
I run the 60-40s just in case.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, there's a bigger volume on the 60-50s.
Let's see if we can get to 63 today. Well, that's on the SPY. And, oh man, they ain't that high. Oh, well, the SPYs.
I mean, they're pretty high. I usually buy $300 contracts, and I usually don't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 places out of the money to get it.
On the SPX, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I like those 50. Well, I'm gonna. The 60-40s. Right now, I'll grab one of those when I'm ready. Better the 50. For long.
SoFi has some unusual volume today for some reason. Oh God, U of M numbers, they're always going to be bad.
I can't stand looking at her.
I won't be in along when those came out, I promise.
Boeing at 200. Magic number. Nvidia down $2. Mister's down $4.50. Master. Where'd Tesla go? Tesla had a pop. Oracle up $4, $4.27. PLTR up 50, 30. Okay, we got a pullback here. Oh, wow. I like where SPX opened up at. I should have looked at that instead of SPY. So I'm looking at the 60/40s right now. We got a 1, 2, 3. A bear flag. On the 1 minute. I won't jump in it until we break the orb, if we break the orb. Or I'll wait for the pullback at the double bottom. Right here, I'll put an alert right there at 6,200 and something. 6,200 and 17. So I'll get my order ready. Get it at 360 there. Friday 13th. Next Thursday's June day, so I think the market's closed, but I'll double check. Oh, 60/40s. Okay. Get ready. $350. Right about now, I'm going to grab one here.
Careful, Dix is about to break the orb.
$3.50. Well, I got one at $3.50. I think there's a little risk on this trade. I'll add one if it, or two if we dip. Put that in capital letters. Okay, we're about to trigger my support right here. Bam, just triggered it. Another one here. Two more.
ES is heading down to the 63 on the 1. Broke the 9 and the 21.
2.85. Now I have 3, and that's it. Very good. Let's go. 3.07. $921 in the trade. So you heard that one idiot on there on CNBC said we're overextended, but they always say that. They missed the boat, it's what they done. And we could be. We could easily drop down to that orb there, so it could get bad here. We're at support on the body of the hammer on the SPX. Which now went below it.
Watch your 1 minute 63 on the yes.
Yep, we just hit it. We got ways to go for the other 200 in the VWAP. I want to put the EMA on here and the 9. Oh yeah, I think I. No, I didn't put them on there. Nine and the 21. That one's fine. Let's make it bigger. 63.20. I'm gonna get triple top out of this. 63.11. Out of the ES.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want something more. That's greedy.
60.12. See, this is called a bear flag. It's on the SPX right now. So I expected it to pull back, and it did. But now you're below a support level. So it, it can easily drop down to the bottom of that wick if it doesn't break this 9. If it breaks the 9, we can get back to the orb, do a triple top. Apple had a pullback. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Alright boys, watch this bottom of the orb, 200 SMA on the 1 minute on the ES. Been thinking they want to try to push it there this whole time, because it hasn't had a strong recovery yet. Looking at the 60-40s myself, I want them somewhere around hit that orb.
Okay.
One strong push. I got a limit order set for 210. Well, now they're 205.
The 60-40s.
Yep. Alright, that's the 200. I'm in $1 and $2.
We got double bottom on the orb off the wick. Turn on the arrows. Just now come on, good. I'll get ready to turn it on. It rained again last night. So we got a hammer.
You're at $30 a contract and you get resistance, so I'll get closer. to understand all the resistances. That was the 1 minute 63 that it predicted. Took my $30 and left. Make a choice. Don't let the trades go away. Well, those are
right here.
if it does drop, ES 5981 is dead ass bottom. Like, there's so much support there. 7 or awesome that it was supposed to. Just UFA numbers might drop it momentarily, but that's the VWAP, that's the 200 SMA. There's a lot there.
Add right about now. I'm gonna wait for a second here.
We'll go up to the 60-40s. Okay, that's pretty good drop. I'll go to 60-30s. See if I can get that. Jesus. Was that the numbers? Yep.
160. I need a good little bounce right now.
You were in those I called, you just got a good little profit. You might as well take it.
Yeah, I think not quite the breakout I wanted to see.
I mean, technicals aren't going to matter today, Randy. Opinions aren't going to matter. Numbers aren't going to matter. Because if those freaking cocksuckers over there launch one missile, doesn't matter what you're in. Like, if you're long and they launch a missile, you're done. So, none of that matters today. Today is going to be like straight up fast scalps. If
Yeah.
you're along for an hour, you are so pushing your luck.
Yeah, they better not try to shoot at us or it could get nasty.
That's why that trade a while ago, I took my $30 contract profit because it was under a minute. So, whatever. It's money. Money I didn't have 1 minute earlier. Who in the hell makes $30 in a minute?
I do.
Who besides us? What career?
Well, I'd say Diddy's lawyer, maybe. Come on, baby. We're 205. Oh, what am I got? We're at the 21 right now, so this is another resistance here. We're outside of the flag, so we can easily come back down here, or we're squeezing between the 9 and the 21. So if you get a little spike past the 21, it'll probably jump out. Yeah, I'd say Iran will probably do something stupid. But they killed a lot of generals and
Here it goes back down to 60. Here's the 63, and looks strong.
yeah, it's not good.
Past it. Looks like it wants. I'm telling you, that VWAP and that freaking 200 SMA are stacked on top of each other, so this 5982 ES level. I got a 60-30 loaded up.
I'm closing in on the VWAP on the /ES.
Came right off the 200 on the 2. I was hoping it would push the VWAP. Oh, and a freaking quixer button. Hit that 200 again. With that quixer button. Up there.
Boeing's under 200 now.
There it is right there. I'm in a 60-30. I'd stop on this one. I've already expected it to tweezer. There we go. Bring up a little bit. There you go. That's Daddy's girl. I'm gonna get out at the top of the orb. Another shot. Not staying long today. Right there. Yeah, guys, if you're following us on Voice today, this isn't going to be, I mean, we've been talking about it all day. This isn't going to be a regular day where you can hold a freaking trade for 45 minutes or an hour. Today's volatile as hell. You got to scalp. Be happy with your profits. I don't like longs because now on the 5-minute, ES has been, so the EMA cloud flipped red, and ES is getting pushed under the 63 for the first time since 11 o'clock last night.
Yeah, I'd say this is probably the final support right here. It's worthy.
They could absolutely push us down to that 59.30 ES zone from last night, about end of day.
It tells me a lot.
What is, yeah, Sue, what's the freaking gates? Oh crap, she just posted it. $59.50. Makes sense. You see why we're having trouble breaking below right here, Jim? Just talking.
I seen it on the 5 minute. Nope, there it goes.
Yesterday's pre-market low. It's trying to hold. Strong hope. It's trying. This is exactly the pre-market low from yesterday.
Yep.
There's Alright, you're at VWAP on ES right now. It don't hold. It's trouble. Grab a 60 point. And a 60 point at 260. Out at 290, $30 a contract again. So that's 3 trades I've taken today. $30 a contract, first one, 20 second one, 30 third one. 2 contracts a piece, that's $160 for the day. It's not freaking gonna change your life, but holy shit, the market's only been open for an hour. Hell, now you're at almost $80 a contract.
Right off to 200 on the 5-minute, 200 SMA.
Yeah, that's where I grabbed it.
Damn, I forgot to put the... I'll go grab a banana and pull something out of the freezer.
Oh, yeah.
I thought beets held up better than they did, man. Beets gone soft on me. Things been in the fridge for a week. Dadgummit. I don't know if I should cook it. Fuck. That's a nice beet.
This looks like a trend day. Freaking bull trap to start the fucking day and then a trend day down.
Yep.
I remember one Friday, maybe 2.5 months ago, I watched some fish go from 300 to like 4,500. It just went down all day long on a Friday. May just get that cheap foot and just ride that thing all day.
Puts ain't that much more expensive. Just when they get, well, they kind of are.
Alright, you're back at the 200 on the 5.
Yeah, I gotta start.
And be wild. But she looks like she's gonna push down strong.
Yeah.
I don't see any bottom weight. Or at least not on the 5. Yep, there she goes. All right, watch the 59.68 level on the yes. That's the support zone, so it's going to trigger some stops there, so you might be able to get a scalp out of it.
We're below a 5-day, 15-minute support.
I just watched the 59.40 puts go from 430 to 560 when I just said a while ago I was going to buy a cheap put and ride it.
We're down below a gap.
RSI's still got plenty to give though if they want to push it down.
It's a good idea, franchise. Three-minute, we hit the 200. 5-minute, we're kind of below the 200. On the ES with a tweezer bottom. We're at a 1, 2, 3 on Tesla. I was watching to here. I didn't take it though. I'd waited. I just now noticed it. I was a minute too late. I had it set. We're at the bottom of the Keltner channel cloud.
Those things are money, like 90% of the time.
We're still in the channel. Yeah, fortunately. We're still in the flag. So it's been jumping back and forth to this support and resistance here for the last hour and a half, hour or something. Not seeing, I mean, we're at a resistance again. We'll wait till we break his channel before I get a different call. I've scalped SPX a couple times in the one I'm in, but I'm still down on my first one. Big time. So if I keep playing it in this channel, I'll get my money back, but I'll still be down on the first one. I'll be even, probably the end of the day. Yeah, the Fat Cats will play this. I noticed that the sentiment is different under different regimes when it comes to war. Russia had a bunch of oil too, so they kept bringing up oil with Russia. They're a big producer. Then you got Iran, which could affect Saudi Arabia and all those others. I finally broke out of the flag.
You're going to hit hella resistance, right? One more point.
No, just
that's the bottom of the orb and the 63 on the 2.
Yeah, and the 50 SMA we just hit.
Right here.
Wow, that's kind of interesting. Oh, okay. I got... Huh. Let's see what that is. Wow. I think I had the orb all the time on my ready, set, go chart. I'm just now realizing it. Well, I mean, that's funny. Right to the penny, both of them. Smart orb. Did you hear that, Funky? I had the orb all the time. I just didn't know it. Yeah, I didn't know it. I'm trying to figure out what it... Come on, baby. Well, very interesting.
Yeah, your 60/40s in okay like now.
Yep.
Yeah, but Randy, if you look at my chart, he just rejected it top of resistance zone. That's 6,000. Yes.
Yeah, we hit the 63 on the 1 minute.
So my chart is clean as shit on the 1 minute. That is exactly what you're looking for on a break and retest strategy. So we broke under that support zone, and then we retested it, and now we're rejecting it.
Radiation leak in Iran. That's not good.
I need to see that from a major news outlet instead of some little shitcoin.
Could be true.
It could be, but it could also be one of those market movers like, if you remember that one day that kid came out with a false narrative about Trump and it friggin' moved the market like hell. Because everybody knows this thing's news driven. Doesn't have to be true, just has to freaking be reposted. You see what I'm talking about, Randy, on my 1 minute chart there? That break and retest? That is my strategy. That is the one I use.
Well. We can pull back to the top of this here flag now. PLTR double topped. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go stick some potatoes, baked sweet potatoes in the Instapot now that my beet's out of commission. We got a Head and Shoulders on the 2 minute on /ES. We got it on the 5. We got it on the 2, and we got it on the 1. Inverse. We got a 1, 2, 3 coming up here on SPX. We broke the 63. I mean, I'm not putting a lot of hope in this. Right now, I'm kind of scalping just to. Right now, we have a 1, 2, 3. If we break it, we'll go a little bit higher, but if not, you're at another resistance. The 60-20s. And 60-40s, which I'm down significantly. But I bought them twice and scalped them. But you're at another resistance right here. $125.
Oh, yep. about to run. You just broke 6,002 on the ES, which was resistance.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit better here. Richard. Studio.
Take it right back down into my damn protection zone.
That helped a lot right there.
Okay, now you're on top of it. That was the first candle that's opened on top of the resistance zone since 8:45.
We're at 160 again right here. We kind of broke major resistance level, but God, I'm kind of iffy.
There you go.
I'm
don't see
I'm gonna
anything
sell.
stopping you from going back to the top of the orb.
Yeah, I got in a buck. I'm gonna sell.
Let's take my triple chart. But there shouldn't be anything in the way. There's not.
60-10 is your long shot. 10 more bucks if you want to stay in it. But I just sold $800 worth.
That was a tweezer top.
Was it?
Yep.
Yeah, just now. Only 1 minute.
Yep.
Yep, I got out at 180. And I still have my originals, but the price is way down. Is that good or bad, Studio?
He always gets out when he's in profit.
Well, not always.
Really? I ain't seen him lose. I might have done it while I wasn't looking. Where'd you take him at, Studio? Did you go off his call early in the morning, or
Yeah.
go off my call when it hit 200 SMA on the 5?
Don't answer it.
I just want to know if he averaged down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Answer him.
Don't answer him. Answer him.
Now, don't take all the credit for the 200, buddy.
Dude, I ain't trying to take no credit. I'm just saying that's what I saw.
Yep.
In the morning.
No, I didn't.
Just waited on it.
I didn't wait on it. I didn't trade it like that. I should have, because I saw it. We bounced.
Before pre-market that I thought they were going to pull, Travis.
Yeah, we bounced twice off of it. And I scalped it both times. But that was a big help. Okay, I think I need lunch at ease now.
And they are really trying hard now that I'm looking at the overall picture. They're really trying hard to keep this sucker pinned in that 6,000 zone of mine. They'll come below it, they'll come above it, they'll retest it, they'll break it, they'll retest it. I can't figure out what the hell they really want to do. And what's worse is that, you know how most days you can find one time frame that it respects?
Yep.
Today it's not doing that. I don't like that. So the first big bounce we had was off the 200 on the 5, but this second big bounce was off the 200 on the 2.
Well, the 5 minute did kind of respected a little bit there. He had to bounce off the 200 twice, 3 times actually almost. You see that?
I mean, I don't see it on ES. It might have done it on. Let me switch over to SPX.
Yeah, ES, yeah, it did. 5 minute.
I only see one bounce off the 200. I mean, there was a bounce pre-market.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
But this second big bounce was off the 200 on the 2.
Yeah.
So it's not respecting one time frame.
And open. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put my sweet potatoes in the Instapot. Well, I'm up good, not a lot, but I got stuck. I was down almost $1,300 at one moment, and the rebound really paid off. I didn't have a lot of money in that trade either. I had 1,800 in it. So I was down more than 50%. Uh-oh. That's got me some beet juice last night. I'm drinking it in the morning now. I want to try that out, see how that works. It's expensive. $8 for a thing of it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to drink like 8-ounce shots every morning, just like a cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee much anymore, just on Sunday, and I'll probably cut that out too. I just drink it. I mean, I drink a lot of coffee. I buy 5-pound bags of it. Beans, Jamaican, Blue Mountain Jamaican, be like a couple $100. For years, and give it away. We're at 180 now. We're back to 180 on the 60/40s. We're about to double top on the /ES. And the 60/20s now got them, they're at 580. I'm up 300 contract on them.
Damn. What'd you buy them at?
Bought them at the 200, close to the 200.
What'd you get for them when you bought them?
$3.80. $2.80.
Yeah, so $3 a contract.
Yep.
Nice.
Now, kind of like how. Go ahead.
If I could just freaking keep my entries, but learn how to freaking hold till your exits, this would be ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Now, the reason why I like that trade is because all them /ESs had an inverse head and shoulders, and every one of them respected it. The 5-minute, the 3-minute, the 2-minute, and the 1-minute. They all had an inverse head and shoulders. And that last one,
what that pattern is.
Let me show you. I'll do it on the 2-minute because that's where I took it off the 200. Let me draw it up here. It's actually a couple of them, but off the 200 EMA is the one I saw, and then I saw another one. So I'm going to put two lines on here.
Gotcha.
Oh, that ain't gonna work. That's oh, I traded it quite a bit, the inverse head and shoulders. I was going to say something. Whoa, what the hell did I just do here? Cancel, cancel. Woo! God darn it. What did I just